This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
I went back to college right.
All right, folks. We are live here, and it is the Tampa Bay versus Carolina game. And Tom Brady just made us look like clowns. He just made us look like absolute Barnum and Bailey circus clowns. We're going to get to that, though. First off, if you are new here, if you like the videos, if you like the stream, if you like the channel, if you like the content here, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook page, keep pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. I also will be doing Zoom chats for in-game viewing party of the games. That info will be posted on the Facebook page posts right before kickoff. So don't miss it. If you'd like to get involved, there you go. Let's get started here. We got a heck of a day to get into here. I don't even know where to start. This team is such a mess, I don't even know where to start. I am not happy with today's effort. I think we'll start with that. The effort that I saw out of some of these players today made me want to puke. I ain't even telling you, no lie, right now. Some of these guys just could not care less. They acted like it was just a dress rehearsal for them. Let me tell y'all something. If you want a job in 2022 in Carolina, show some effort. Don't come out there and act like it's just dress rehearsal and you just getting a bag. This ain't the New York Jets. Stop this nonsense. Dude, I'm getting tired of that attitude, man. That lazy attitude that half these players come out here with and act like they can actually get away with it. Meanwhile, you got people like Cam Newton out here just like, man, I just want to win a game. Just putting his heart and his soul into these games, and he's just not getting anywhere. That man's showing effort. Where are the rest of y'all? Did you lose your... Dude, it's game day. This ain't nap time. You know, this isn't kindergarten. Come out here with an attitude, man. Come out here with a purpose. I want to see these players come out of that locker room wanting to actually do something. Man, don't come out here with a lazy attitude acting like you somebody, man. Just because you're getting paid by the Carolina Panthers? That don't mean nothing. Just because you got a multi-year contract with us don't mean nothing. Because I guarantee you, if Matt Rule goes, you're going with him. We ain't keeping no clowns on this roster. None. But according to some people, we already got one on this roster. Y'all already know who it is. I ain't got to say the name. Now, I will say this. I like the two quarterback system. I think going back to it was a good idea. It was a good idea, but it's not going to work if you're only working with garbage plays. That being said, Jeff Nixon's playbook is not it. That's not the answer here. So we got to figure out what the answer is. And I've already nominated two people that are quarterback coaches that could take over the offensive coordinator job at the end of the year. Even before the end of the year if they wanted to. You know, it's their call. I'm sure there's somebody behind these two guys. But and there's also Bellamy. You know, the offensive coordinator in KC. He's been on the radar, right? For a head coaching job. And anybody that wants Urban Meyer, just stop. Okay? Just stop right where you're at. Stop right in the tracks that you were creating. Because, look, this man didn't even last a full season in Jacksonville. So if anybody wants him, you're delusional. That ain't gonna solve our problem. Now look, Scott Fitterer and Phil Snow are good for our fit organization right now. Tepper's doing the best he can to try to run this thing. But you know, he can only do so much. You have got to put the best 53-man roster together to actually survive 17 games. Excuse me, 18 weeks. If you cannot do that, you have failed as a coach. Okay? Flat out. Over the course of 3 years, if you cannot improve after 3 years and build a proper 53-man roster, you have failed your job. Now, I'm saying 3 years. I ain't saying 1 year. Jacksonville's got the win now attitude, man. They got the win now fever. You saw how well that worked out. It has been proven time and time and time again that the win now fever does not work. All right? That attitude and that way of thinking does not work. You got to build up a 3-year team that is capable of doing more than just surviving. You know, if you're thinking a win now attitude, you're thinking Super Bowl or bust. But now we're in the situation where we got the right perspective, you know, but our thinking is wrong. Our thinking is wrong. Because we're not building the best 53-man roster we could possibly build. We're building a garbage one that may or may not survive 3 years. I mean, I don't know what else to say right now. But this ain't it. This ain't it, y'all. We got our butts handed to us by Tom Brady. I mean, he just made us look like a bunch of Barnum and Bailey circus clowns. That's exactly what it was. That's what we looked like out there. And you got the elephant, you know, the elephant in the room, which is the offensive line. You got the lion that's supposed to be representing Cam Newton. You got the shoot, what else they got? They got all these wild animals, man. You want to assign a role to each one. You know what each player represents. That's exactly what we looked like. Especially Gilmore, man. What in the world was that coverage today? We got CJ Henderson missing tackles on obvious run situations. And honestly, man, I'm so sick of watching this team every Sunday this year, man. I don't even know what to say anymore. Uh, I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. We have tried everything possible except fix the offensive line on offense to fix this problem for 6 years. Y'all saw the quarterback numbers. Now, some of it was on the quarterbacks, yes. I'll grant you that. Today, a lot of it was on the quarterbacks because all these sacks these guys took, they could have thrown those balls away. They could have easily thrown those balls away in that much time. And don't tell me they couldn't. They were holding on to that ball too long. So now we're in a situation where you got to assign the blame to the quarterbacks that needs to go to the quarterbacks. You got to assign the blame that goes to the offensive line where the blame goes to the offensive line. Now, I got something I need to say here, man. On that tight end touchdown that Tampa Bay got, how are you going to blame the defense for that one? Because here's the thing, man. Gronk was doubled. If you're going to double Gronk, then if you're going to double Gronk, then the other tight end is going to be wide open. That's going to be a thing. You know, you can't do much about that. And what are you going to do? Put Gronk one-on-one? You can't do that. You can't leave Gronk one-on-one. He will murder you in the end zone. Dude, it won't even be close. It'll be a slaughter, man. Man, it'll be a Friday the 13th slaughter. Bruh. I don't even know how Hartsfield made that play. I don't even know how he went one-on-one with Gronk and won. But big props to you, Hartsfield. Big props. Big props where it's due. Because when you go one-on-one with Gronk, man, and you win that battle, you deserve all the credit in the world. All right, man. The lack of effort pissed me off today. That's all I got to say. Let's open this thing up to the Zoom chat. Anthony's here, man. What's up? What up, Anthony?
Hold on. Let's see.
Where do we even start with this team, bro?
Hold on. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine, man.
How you doing, Clark?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I'm over here watching the Chiefs and Pittsburgh Steelers game here. But I didn't like the lack of performance.
It wasn't even lack of performance; it was lack of effort.
Or no effort.
Yeah,
And
it was
I'm gonna
about
say
half a
this.
dozen players that just did not show up and just did not show any effort whatsoever.
And I'm gonna say this again, and Matt Rule needs to get fired.
Mm. I mean, it isn't his fault really that we don't have any leaders on this team, but at the same time, like you know, you do have to put some of the blame on the coach though too. But how much to the degree of how much, you know? But the lack of effort, man. These guys have no discipline. None. They walk out here just, oh, well, I'm just wearing a jersey, man. it's dress rehearsal. I'm just getting a bag. It's like the New York Jets, man. Dude, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. When's the last time we put up a 4-quarter effort game besides the Cardinals game this year? When is the last time?
In the kitchen.
You'd have to go all the way back to 2015.
I said everybody can come help themselves.
That's the last time. Y'all got family over there? Is that family and friends?
Yeah, I'm over at my dad's house.
There you go. That's what's up,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, we're watching the Pittsburgh Steelers game here.
Spending some time with family. That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Some things are more important than football. That's one of them. If y'all get time to spend time with your family during this Christmas season, man, take advantage of it. Because some people don't have that luxury. You know, some people don't have a home. Some people lost people, you know, throughout the year. They're sick, you know, they're in the hospitals, man. It's been a rough year for some people, man. And COVID has really wrecked the human population. It has. And I hate it for those people, man. I'm praying for y'all. I am. Whether y'all want me to or not, I'm praying for y'all. Because that's what I believe. That's what I believe in. So, but even if you don't believe in that stuff, man, you know, I'm still here for y'all. If you need me, my DMs are open. My PMs are open. Message me anytime. Just let me know you're from the stream and you need help. For real. And that goes for depression, that goes for anything. Just message me, bro. I don't take it, you know, I don't take this platform lightly at all. I'm taking advantage of every opportunity I can to help people. Whether it be through YouTube, whether it be through Facebook, any way that I can. You know? Just let me know how I can be of help. Now, this team, on the other hand, this team needs to help themselves. I can give out all the advice on this channel that I want to. And it's just not going to do any good. Because these people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth, and they don't want to fix it. That's the two things, man. If you want to fix what's wrong, you got to be willing to listen, first of all, and you got to be willing to accept the help. If you don't do those two things, you've already lost the battle. And this team has already lost the battle. Because, really, man, they don't care. They don't care anymore. All they're after is the bag. They just thinking summer vacation, man. You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm saying, man? Like, they got Jamaica on the brain. They got Hawaii on the brain. They don't care. They don't care, bro. That was a colossal lack of effort today. Mm. It's not the worst game as far as effort is concerned, but it was a pretty bad one. And because I have seen way worse, and I have complained about way worse. And you've seen the videos if you were around for that. I about went crazy. Man, y'all know that the number one thing that drives me crazy is lack of effort. That's the number one thing when it comes to a team. If you don't come out there swinging, if you don't, Think about this, man. If you're in a boxing match with Mike Tyson, knowing you're about to get absolutely destroyed in like 2 rounds, you could do two things. One, you could just give up the fight right out of the gate and let this man pummel you to death, which I would not suggest. Or two, you could at least put up some effort and maybe get some jabs in. And this team did not even get any jabs in at all. They just gave up right from the start. They just took it, lying down, backed up into a corner, just did not care. Now, there's a few players that did care and it did show some effort. Cam Newton's one of them. Sam Darnold's one of them. They did care. There's some defensive players that care. You know what I'm saying? The typical wide receiver crew cared enough to get things done. But the ones I'm talking about, they kept missing tackle after tackle after tackle. And the offensive line, that we already knew was a train wreck, failed again. But again, let's assume we're typical Panthers fans here, from the fan base that like to go black or white, Let's blame everything on Cam Newton, or let's blame 100% of everything on the offensive line. Let's blame everything on the head coach. Fire this person, fire that coach. Dude, this is exactly the problem. Change your mindset. As an entire organization, change your mindset. Or we're not going anywhere. Show some effort. Or we're not going anywhere. We are quickly becoming the New York Jets. Quickly. We are on that path. Where all these players want to do is just get a bag. That's the only reason they go to the New York Jets. They don't care about playing for the coach. They don't care about the organization at all. They just want money. You know what separates us from the Jets? Our mantra. Keep pounding. You know what else separates us from the Jets? Players that actually care about the community and actually care about trying to win for the fans. Some of these players do. Good chunk of them do. But once you get down to the last 3 games and we're already out of the playoffs, they don't care. They just ready to sip on their little drinks, whatever they got, man. They don't care. They know they're already getting paid. Why should they care? Why should they put in the effort? And you know what, man? That's insulting for the ones that do care. That is incredibly insulting. We got about a dozen players that have been consistently putting through the effort every single game. And y'all going to throw them? Y'all going to do them like this? Really? We already know we're out of the playoffs. That's fine. I just want at least a decent showing. That's all I want. Where everybody puts forth an effort for all 4 quarters and actually tries to do something. But no. We can't even have that. Y'all see how frustrated this makes me? This is a day after Christmas and y'all got me acting like this, man. Y'all got me this heated. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that, dog. Now, I will say this, man. We tried a few things, and it was an experiment day. I was like, okay, Some of them worked, some of them didn't. But at least we tried. But the ones that didn't try are the ones I'm pissed at. Those are the ones that are driving this effort grade down to a C. Because y'all just don't care. Y'all just trying to get the bag. I'm not here for that. As a fan, I am not here for that. Let me be honest right now. And this is going to come to as a shock to many of you. But I'm going to say a small part of this is Matt Rule's fault. Not all of it. A small part. Yeah, all of it leads back to Matt Rule. That's true. But the players did not perform. The players were unmotivated. The players were not given the proper plays to work with. They were out of position. They needed to work on technique. They needed to work on footing. They needed to work on whatever you need to work on at your position. And that's not Matt Rule's fault. That's the coaching staff, underneath him. The offensive line coach is terrible. Toss him. He ain't getting it done. Clearly. If we're still here at 5 wins the second year into Matt Rule's tenure, that offensive line coach is clearly not getting it done. Now, granted, you didn't give him enough to work with, but yeah, this dude needs to go. Second person needs to go is this joke of an offensive line. Half of them need to go immediately. I'm getting so sick and tired of us shooting ourselves in the foot, doing stupid stuff. There were at least 3 of those 8 sacks today. Was it 7 or 8 sacks today? I know at least 3 of them were on the offensive line because they let go of their block. And they let these guys back there, man. They let Sam Darnold get slaughtered. They let Cam Newton get hurt. Again. This has got to go. This has got to change. And this is just another week of this garbage right here. It's just another week of it. I don't know what else to tell you. But, we can't just walk in here and expect, with Tampa's second stringers and third stringers to actually have a shot at winning it. It's just not going to happen. Because guess what? Tom Brady is still in. Gronk is still in. And I'm surprised Gronk didn't make as much of an impact as he did. I was expecting him to go off today. Apparently he didn't. That's alright. But yeah, here we are again. Trying to figure out who we are. I heard the announcer say something interesting, man. The announcers tried to paint a picture like they know who we are and how we do things. Okay, let me explain something. We don't even know who we are. We don't even know what we're trying to do anymore. We have no identity. So if we have no identity and we have no clue who we are, how do you know who we are? Okay? Like, how do you know? They trying to paint us like we had a number 2 ranked defense in the NFL. Number 2. That's exactly what they posted on screen, wasn't it? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but that number 2 in the whole NFL, all 32 teams, right? Now, y'all, let's be honest. Did that look like a number 2 defense to you? How many times how many games have we been watching this year where we can actually legitimately say that that is a top 5 ranked defense and actually played like it? How many times this year? Y'all telling me, because I ain't buying it. I've been saying top 10 all year. I've technically been saying 12, but due to the run game that we keep giving up, I'd say 12. And our secondary issues, which we had to go trading for, by the way, to fix our corner problem. We fixed that. We had almost barely a pass rush, if you want to call it that. You know, it's below average. Let's be real here. It's below average in the league. Now, the only reason it's only below average in the league, a normal NFL year, it would be way below average. I'd rank it 25th in as far as like during a normal NFL year. But because this is a weird year where strange things have happened, yeah, we're about middle of the pack when it comes to pass rush. But here's the problem I got with this number 2 ranking that they're supposedly giving us. None of these people have ever watched a Panthers game. Okay? Let's be real. None of them have watched a single Panthers game this year after the Cowboys game. None of them. And y'all still want to slap a number 2 ranking on this defense. Really? I'm shocked. I'm straight shocked. Because if this is a number 2 defense, that means that 30 other teams are absolutely garbage in defense, are below average and garbage. "30 other teams are below us in defense." Now, I can buy 2/3 of I could buy about 20 of those teams being terrible on defense. I could buy that. Absolute trash. But the other 10 that are below us really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Are we really as good as a number 2 defense? I ain't buying it. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying it. The stats will show you that, but you know what? The stats only tell you half the story. Do you know why the college rankings are the way they are? It's because they evaluate teams by watching the games, not just by going by stats. But the NFL just goes by stats. They don't care about watching the games. They don't care about ranking us by watching the games. And they give us that number 2 defense or ranking without even watching us. Even once after that Cowboys game, I guarantee it. They give us that ranking after those first 3 games and they said, well, this is a well, what happened after that, discrediting the Cardinals game, I can't even count one game where we have proven where we deserve to be a number 2 defense in the NFL. I can't count one. Can y'all? Find me one. If you've been watching these games like I have, find me one. Shoot. Number 2 defense. Man, give me a break. That did not look like a number 2 defense to me today. There ain't no way. Because if that's a number 2 defense, 30 other teams are dog trash. Absolute dog trash circus. Now, yeah, everybody can tackle on defenses around the league. Everybody can tackle. But how about coverage? How about stopping the run? We didn't manage to do that. A number 2 defense ranked in the NFL should be able to do both. Because if you're ranked in the top 5, that means you can cover people. That means you can tackle people. That means you can stop the run. That means you can do all the little things that are necessary to be a top 5 team. I did not see any of those today, except for tackling. And even tackling, I've got question marks. Even tackling, I've got question marks on. So tell me how that's a number 2 defense. No. You cannot sell me on that. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. It's just not. Now, I'm gonna save the Cam Newton talk until we get some guests up in here, man. Because that's gonna be the meat of this stream. Is Sam Darnold and Cam Newton. That's gonna be the meat of this stream. But I want to talk about CJ Henderson real quick. Now, CJ Henderson. Here's my question to everybody, man. Does this man actually still have trade value? We're in a position where we're questioning whether this man actually has trade value. I saw some missed tackles today that led to some big runs. And CJ, come on, man. You know that was your responsibility to plug up those gaps. And now I'm starting to understand why these teams keep getting these big runs on us. It's because of CJ. Stop plugging him in there, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Use Gilmore. If you know it's going to be a run and you're absolutely sure, bring Gilmore over. You know? Bring Burris over there. Burris will shut that down. And Shaq. Big old lumbering Shaq. Urgh. Looking like the Jolly Green Giant out there, man. I'm going to tell you, man. Y'all ever seen the Green Mile? That's what that dude look like out there, man. You just look like he was like constantly out of breath and pissed off. Y'all know what I mean, man. No disrespect to the actor, man, because he did a great job in that movie. That's a great movie. But still, Shaq. Y'all get that middle image, aren't you? That's what I saw from Shaq out there, man. I was just like, man, this man needs a respirator. He trying to go around and do everybody's job out there. You just can't. You just can't. You know, all due respect to Shaq, man. I love this dude, man. But you can't do everybody's job. You got to go out there and take care of business. Stop these runs. Stop these. Do what you could do. You know, let the rest of these guys take the fall for what they do, man. Because at this point, they don't seem to care enough to come out here and actually play a decent game. So, you know what? Why should you help them? Because they're your teammates. And that's what he keeps coming back to, man. Because these are teammates. You got to have each other's backs. Man, I'm seeing this message from Cave McDonald in the chat, man. You guys look good at the start of the season. Even the quarterback looked like the real deal. Man, it's the first 3 games, though. The first 3 games are easy. They're easy. We caught the Saints off guard. What did they have? Legitimately, what did they have? Okay. Oh, man. It's the Jets, man. Everybody beats the Jets. In the beginning of the year. Everybody beats the Jets. Now, it did sneak up on a couple of teams this year. I'll give you that. Because it's a weird year. Once they finally got themselves back together and actually found halfway an identity, but still, yeah, at the same time, it's the Jets. Everybody slaughtered them. Okay? In the third game, Dallas went exactly as we thought it would. Close game, but we lost. We missed it by under 10 points. Exactly how I predicted it. Now, here we go, Cade. This is another person, man. Cade's up in here saying, nah, I remember, man, you started believing the hype train as we all did. Alright, here we go. I done told y'all our ceiling was 10 wins. From the very beginning, did I not? Now, how we get there is a very, very different question. And do we get there? That's a very, very different question. That's why I never believed in the hype, man. Because the hype people were sitting there going, oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. We won 3. We went 2-1. It was a hot start, you know? No. I brought y'all right back down from Cloud 9, didn't I? I said, ceiling is 10 wins. Been saying it all year. Have not changed my mind. Not up till we started losing that doggone Vikings game. And then the Falcons game. That's when it changed. And I lowered that ceiling. But I said 10 wins is our ceiling all year long. That's what I've been saying, man. I've been with you since the Dallas game. Okay. Yeah. Like, see, here's the thing, man. I knew that we were capable of getting to those 10 wins, after that Dallas game. But the problem is, what's going to happen in between? That's a lot of games in between then and 10 games. And I've been saying it every week. Injuries are going to come back to haunt us. They do every year. And what happened? Injuries came back to haunt us. We lost both the Eagles and the Vikings games. So I fail to see where I'm on the hype train with everybody else that's saying Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Or, oh, we can actually make a playoff run. Nah. I was never on that train. I was never on that train to begin with. Now, 10 wins. I said we can make the playoffs. I didn't say what we would do once we made the playoffs, if we even get there. See, some of y'all don't listen, man. Some of y'all don't listen. Now, yes, I did start to actually believe in Sam Darnold. I will give you that one. You believe in the quarterback, you believed in the defense. I'm a Dallas fan and I believed in it too. Okay. Yes, I did actually start to believe in Sam Darnold. He was starting to make some good throws. I thought, okay, well, we got a shot. In making 10 wins, even with Sam Darnold behind center. Then the offensive line started to play like trash. That's when it all went south. And what have I been saying? The offensive line is the source of our problems. Always has been. Since 2016. Technically 2015 Super Bowl. If you want to count that. Kid says, I always root for the Panthers. I don't know what it is. They just are a team that you tend to like. No hate for them at all. Man, I appreciate that. Us Panthers fans appreciate that, dude. And it's true. People gravitate towards us. Once they figure out who we are and what we believe in and what our mantra is and why we do what we do, they tend to gravitate towards us. It's the people that don't understand who we are and, and have never watched a Panthers game in their life, and they see Cam Newton, and that's all they see. They see all the dress rehearsal garbage, and they say, well, I can't stand Cam Newton's attitude and ego and this and this and that. And that's where they start going off the rails. And they start going towards the hate train. And some of them just don't understand us. That's just the simple matter. And then there's the ones that just hate us just to hate us. You know what I mean? Then you got the crowd that hates us just because we were winning and their team wasn't. In 15. They hate us just because we went 15-1 and their team couldn't be bothered to get past the 500 mark. So there you go, man. You got all types of fans. All types. And Cade, you said, also, I like Cam, to be honest. Yeah, man. I mean, at first, everybody loved Cam. Until he started changing his demeanor, man. And that concussion messed up his brain. I hate to say it, man, but it did. This man's throwing a pick a game now. It's sad. It's sad how far off the wagon wheel he's come off, but we are where we are now. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I remember those classic Dallas games with the Panthers during December time. It was always a game you highlighted and felt it was going to be a struggle. Yeah, man. Like every time we got into December with Cam Newton healthy and playing like he was, man, at the top of his game, this dude was scary to try to game plan around. I mean, it was terrifying. Unless you're Wade Phillips, of course, who was a defensive genius, by the way. He was the only one able to actually pinpoint our one weakness during the Super Bowl. He was the only one. Everybody else was able to hide that one weakness so well that we managed to get 15-1. Made a playoff run, played well against Arizona in the NFC Championship game. We hid that kryptonite real well. But Wade Phillips said, "Nah, man, I'm gonna pull a Lex Luthor on you. I'm gonna find that kryptonite, and I'm gonna burn you with it. That's exactly what he did, man. And now, since that has happened, it's been a total collapse. And we have never been the same since. You know, it's like Superman went underground and never came back. You know? That's exactly what it's like, man. I think the O line is just not that good. Cam with a good O line will put work in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Say it louder. Thank you, Cade. Give him tools to work with. Protect your $10 million quarterback. I don't even know why we're paying him $10 million to play 4 games, but whatever. But still, excuse me, 6 games. Anyway, but protect your quarterback, man. We need these offensive linemen to be like the Secret Service protecting the president, man. That's what we need. And if you don't hire the right people to protect you, they ain't going to protect you. You know how the Secret Service will take a bullet for the president? Think of the offensive line as your Secret Service. If you're Cam Newton, these guys should be able to take hit after hit after hit after hit and protect you. But problem is, the people in the form of the coaching staff elected the wrong people to protect you. They put the wrong people in place. And that's why we're doomed to fail. Kay says you need to fix that O-line and then look at quarterbacks after. No point in drafting a quarterback and setting the man up to fail. Oh! Say it again louder for the people that ain't listening. That still think this is just a quarterback problem. Say it louder. Because these people are not listening, man. I'm telling you. They don't want to hear that right there. They don't want to hear that truth. They're so delusional that they just don't want to hear it. They got the quarterback blinders on. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to hear it. And how many quarterbacks have we gone through? They showed it on the screen. If you guys were watching this on Fox, man, in the Carolinas, they usually put this game on Fox. You know, if you're out of state, or if you're out of region, or you're out of country, you probably won't get what I'm talking about right now. But if you are in state and you saw this demographic show up on screen, where they showed every single quarterback that we have had since the Super Bowl and what they had done, it ain't looking too bright. 3/4 of that problem is the offensive line. The rest of it's the quarterbacks. So until you fix the line, we cannot have a proper quarterback battle. We cannot properly evaluate any quarterback that comes in here until you do so. I'm going to read this comment one more time for the people that just really don't want to listen. And I know I probably have a few of those in the crew, man. I probably do. Let me read this one more time. You guys need to fix that O-line and then look at quarterbacks after. Keyword, after. Y'all don't want to hear that, though. No point in drafting a quarterback and setting the man up to fail. There is no point in drafting a quarterback and ending up with another ER session of quarterbacks. There's just no reason. These medical doctors have to work overtime in Carolina just to protect to get these guys back on their feet. These trainers have to work overtime. Because this O-line, every single year, is just absolute trash. It's trash. Because y'all don't want to do anything to fix it. Y'all want to get a bunch of like old school veterans, these 6 or 7-year-old veterans that may have made the Pro Bowl in their heyday, but now you just buy them on the cheap. You buy them at the black market, and you expect these guys to protect your quarterback? Please. Please tell me how these guys are going to last the entire year. When at least half of them are injury prone, man. Half of them are injury prone. It's a wall of glass surrounding your quarterback. That's exactly what it is. Except for Taylor Moton, man. We got some bricks over there with Taylor Moton, but the rest of it's glass. Any of these pass rushers take any type of pressure to that glass, shatters. But management don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it, man. These guys are fragile. Half these guys end up on the injury report every week. Every week you see an offensive lineman on the injury report list. But it's always the quarterback's fault. It's always the quarterback's fault. Man, shut up. Nobody wants to hear that anymore. Nobody wants to hear that anymore, bro. Nobody wants to hear, we got a carousel of quarterbacks coming through to Carolina. Nobody wants to hear that anymore. Fix the dang line. Then we can talk quarterbacks. We'll see what's available after that. I'm done with this nonsense, man. I really am. And here's the interesting part, man. Cam Newton signed that contract, that $10 million contract, knowing exactly what he was walking back into. He knew exactly what he was walking back into. That man definitely got some health insurance and some medical insurance before he signed that contract. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Because he knew he was going to be on his butt again. He knew he was going to be sitting on that stretcher again. In that medical tent. I mean, at this point, after management after management after management has gone through here, and they still haven't fixed the line, you know exactly what you're walking into again. Point blank. And Sam Darnold came from the Jets. So you know he's used to it already. He just doesn't care. He just wants a bag. That man don't want to win any games for us. He just wants a bag. Anyone from the New York Jets, pretty much. That's all they want. Except for Robbie. Robbie's made differently. I'll say that. Robbie is made differently. And you can tell by his press conferences. He's got a different attitude. He's got a different personality than all those other Jets players. I'll say this too, man. You think back to Cromartie, the corner that made his name in New York? He was made differently too. That man wanted to win. He was a competitor. That's the people I want from New York. I don't want all these clowns, man. I don't want all these clowns. That ain't gonna get it done. Alright, so Cade says, I really do believe Cam could have a really good year with the Pats this season if they give him this job. I'm just glad Cam's back in Carolina where he belongs. Frankly, I'm glad he belongs here, man. He's got a home here. As bad as he plays, man, he's family to us, man. You gotta remember that. We love him here. Whether he's winning or losing, we love him here. Because of who he is. Not because of if he's winning or losing, because of who he is. And what he created here. You know, before he turned the corner in 2016, you know? We love him for who he is. His personality. And I appreciate the business first attitude, man. I do. You want to come up in here and you want to show up and you want to win. I appreciate that. That's what I've been asking for from the very beginning. You can do all that clown nonsense elsewhere, man. Just come up in here and win for us, man. You want to do all that clown nonsense, do that in the press conferences, man. I'm all right with that. As long as you take care of business on the field, I'm good with it. You know, but end of the day, man, we are where we are. So, and it's not Cam's fault that we are where we are. We had problems way before he came along and came back to Carolina. So, yeah, I believe that Cam could get his job back in New England. Yeah, he could. But he loves it here in Carolina, man. There's something to be said for knowing that you're walking back into this three-ring circus that we have here in Carolina. This absolute train wreck. And still wanting to come back anyway. That's loyalty. That's love right there. And that's what sets us apart, man. From all these teams. Because we love our players that much. We love who we are. And what other team is going to take back a quarterback like that? That we know has done us wrong. That we know is questionable. But on the field, but he still comes back anyway. He still wants to come back here. And I don't know, man. That really takes a lot of guts. That's just the first take in Undisputed fans talking. Forget that nonsense. Alright. First take in Undisputed say that Parsons is the only reason why Dallas is good on defense right now. He's good, but when you get your full D-line back at the end of the season, it helps. That's true. That's all true. I think Dallas is on the fast track to being a very, very successful team right now. They put a lot of pieces together. They could make a playoff run. They could do something, man. I believe it. Now, how far they're going to get in the playoffs, I don't know. Because you still got Tampa Bay, and once Tampa gets all their weapons back, that magical run that Dallas is on is going to be over quick. I think it'll be a good game. But I think that's where the train stop ends there for Dallas. I'd like to believe that they could beat them, but I don't know. They never look at what is actually happening in on those shows. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's like with our team, man. They never actually watch the games. They just go off of what they think they see. They got their own opinions on it, sometimes. And that's all right. Let them say what they want to say. Because we know who we are. We know exactly what this team is. And I'm here to bring you the truth. If they want to speak their truth, man, go for it. But I'm going to speak my truth on what I believe this team really is. And I got tons of subs here, man, and I got tons of followers that tend to agree with me. So most of the time, and we ain't doing this just because, oh well, it's just another Sunday, ho hum. No, we doing this just because we want this team to be better. So when I speak my truth, I want this team to be better. Every time I speak up. I want a better 53-man roster. I want a better coaching staff. I want a better everything. I want better effort. I want better determination. I want better discipline for this team. And, all these co-hosts, man, they think they know who we are. When we don't even know who we are. And that's exactly the problem. We don't know who we are. And until we figure that out, we are no better than the Detroit Lions or the New York Jets of the NFL. Until we figure out who we are and what we're trying to accomplish. Now, they can tell you all day long, oh, we're trying to go 1-0 each week. We're trying to win the Super eventually, They can tell you all that. That's the same answers any coach is going to tell you. What I want to know is how you're going to get there. How are you going to overcome the injury bugs? How are you going to overcome the lack of production, the lack of discipline, the lack of energy, and the lack of effort out there? How are you going to overcome that? That's what I want to know. Come back to me when you got some answers on that, management. Then we can have a proper conversation about what we can do with this team. Until then, I'm going to speak my truth. And if management don't want to hear it, that's their problem. If it triggers some people, man, let them get triggered. Because we are who we are. We are what we are. This channel is what it is. Either like it or don't like it. That's up to you. That's up to you. But the ones that are sticking by, man, y'all know I speak nothing but truth. Y'all know I don't spread no lies up in this business, man. I don't do that. It's wrong. I don't believe in doing that. I don't believe in lying to y'all. There's no point in doing it. There's no point in joining the shady crowd out there that just lies to you constantly. No, I'm going to speak my truth, man. That's just who I am. We are going to probably only win 5 games this year. That's it. I see it. Let's be real here, man. Even their second and third stringers just made us look like clowns. Their second and third stringers. Basically, all we were playing against was maybe a few starters, some second or third depth chart people, Tom Brady and Gronk. That's all we were facing today. And we couldn't even handle that. We got butchered by that. This is pathetic. I expected us to at least get out of single digits. And we couldn't even do that. This is a joke. You know what today just showed us? Today just showed us that half this team just doesn't care. Half this team just does not care. They just want a bag. They got no discipline. They got no effort. They just don't care. The other half does. And you know what? The half that is not putting up the effort is insulting to the people that are on this team. It's absolutely insulting. If I was Cam Newton, if I was Jeremy Chin, if I was Reddick, I would be pissed. I'd be pissed at every one of them that's not putting up effort. You ain't got to win the last 3 games. You ain't got to win them. We're trying for a draft pick. That's fine. Even if you put up an effort, we're still going to take the L's. But at least put up the effort. Show that you actually care enough to actually put on this uniform and care about what you're doing. You know, not just the money. Not just your vacation trip. Not just your riverboat cruise. Or your trip to wherever you're going. Or your cigars or your drinks. You know, come up in here and show me some effort. We still got 2 games left. Show up. Or get the heck off my field. I'm getting tired of this crap. The number one thing that triggers me is lack of effort. Number one thing. And I saw a bunch of it today. I gotta say, Matt, if people were joining me on that Zoom chat today, y'all got a taste of it. Y'all got a taste of my frustration. Yo, Ricky, man, what's up? Shout out to you. You wanted to say something? What's on your mind, brother? Yo, so it's a complete lack of effort in some areas. We look like Bush High schoolers, man. Yes, exactly. Now, again, you got to separate the blame into 2 parts. One, there's the part that goes to the quarterbacks, which they held on to the ball too long and took those sacks. Number 2, you got to blame the offensive line for what it is. It's trash. So, what's going on with the offensive line directly causes half the problems that we're having at quarterback. More than half, actually. 3/4 of it. But you got to put the effort where it's supposed to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to put the blame where it's supposed to go. You got to compartmentalize. And this is a joke. If we can't even handle the second and third stringers of Tampa Bay, what in the world made us think that we could handle the starters? Everybody's out here after week 3 or 4. Oh, we can handle the starters. We can handle Tampa Bay. We can do all this and that. And all this nonsense, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. No. I've been telling y'all all year long we had no chance to get the steam. Y'all just didn't want to believe me, though. The doubters just did not want to believe it. Now do you believe me? 32-6. And that's by second and third stringers. Now do y'all understand what we're dealing with? We ain't even dealt with all the rest of these guys. Jason Pierre-Paul, Mike Evans, all these people, man. We ain't even dealing with them today. And we still got slaughtered 32-6. Now do y'all understand what we're up against? I've been preaching this all year long, man. This is an L. Both these Tampa games are an L. Been saying it. Since the beginning of the year, I've been saying it. Some folks just didn't want to hear it, though. Now here we are. Now do you believe me? I mean, what other way can I prove it to you? I mean, sometimes it just sucks being right about this team. It really does. Sometimes it really does. We just pathetic, man. Pathetic. I got so mad at that game. We could have done a lot better. We have done better. Yes, sir. Say it. Say what you got to say right now. Let it out. Let it out, Ricky. Like I always said, Corey, we got to fix that offensive line, and we ain't gonna have a team, and we got to fix the defensive line. Yeah, for real, man. Once you fix that offensive line, then come talk to me about quarterbacks. I don't want to hear about quarterbacks till then. I really don't. Even if it takes till 2025, I want this offensive line fixed. We could get some high school quarterback up in here until then. I don't care. I don't really care. We all know that we ain't going to make it to the playoffs anyway. So, what's the point? You know what I mean? Until we can fix the line, what's the point? And I'm going to tell you, man, we can have the best defenses out there, and it's still not going to matter. If you cannot score points, you cannot win games. Period. I'm going to say this again for all the people that are still in denial right now. If you cannot score points, you cannot win games. Yes, defense wins championships, but how do you think those teams got to those championship games? They didn't do it by kicking field goals. They didn't do it by throwing interceptions or fumbling the ball or shooting themselves in the foot every chance they get with stupid penalties. No, they got there because their offense actually did their job and they had an offensive line that was capable of protecting these quarterbacks like the Secret Service, protecting the president. That's how it is, man. That's how it is. You know, some people are just so much in denial, man. They just don't understand. And I was hoping for better too, but I know different. I knew different. Yeah, I'm with you. How can these people in the Fox booth think they understand this team better than we do? And say this is what they do, you know? This is how they do things. Man, you don't know. You don't know nothing about this team. You've been watching them for what? 14 weeks? You don't know nothing about this team because we don't know nothing about this team. So how in the world, man, please tell me how y'all seem to know everything and we don't about our own team. Like, this is a joke. This is straight up a joke. You know, I've always said defense is what win games because you're gonna stop the other offense. Offense, when you got to have a good offense to back up that good defense, then we gotta have a good offense back up that good defense, man. Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I kind of went on this rant a minute ago, but I'm going to go on it again. How in the world do we have a number 2 defense in the NFL if we put up a showing like that? That's not a number 2 defense. I'm sorry. Not buying it. That is fake gold. You know what I'm saying? That's fake gold. You know how you buy jewelry and the jeweler's just like, yeah, man, this looks real nice. This is beautiful. And he just advertises it real nice. And it's just like, man, it's got such a nice finish on it. And then you look at the price tag and you go, huh? Okay. Okay, this is a fair price. It's a fair price. This is what Cam Newton did when he was looking at that contract. And he said, okay. And he knew full well that this was not real gold. This was fool's gold. Everything that jewelry is made out of is fool's gold. And he still walked in here and bought it anyway. And took that contract anyway. Man, please. That's loyalty right there. That's straight up loyalty. I don't even know why he did it, but I'm just glad he did. Man, but here's the thing, man. We could make this team better. We could make this real gold if we wanted to. You know? You selling a diamond with fake gold. That's what you're doing right now, Panthers. You selling a real diamond on defense, but you're selling fool's gold around it. The ring itself is garbage. And that's half our merchandise, man. that's been our fake merchandise since 2016. And we trying to run an organization in a business like this, man. That's just sad. It's just sad. Man, I don't even know what to think right now. I don't even know what to think right now. I'm so frustrated with this team. The obvious problem was definitely Joe Brady. We got rid of him. Alright, so next. What else is the problem? Alright, now, not all of this can be traced back to Matt Rule. Some of this is on the players. Not producing, being lazy, undisciplined, treating it like a dress rehearsal. That's the type of stuff that's on the players. That's not on the coaches. You could put as many of these guys on the field as you want to. But at some point it has to be on the players too, And that's what all these people don't get. They're just like, fire Matt Rule, fire the entire front office. Let's hurt Tepper in his wallet. Whenever we lose like 3 games or something, man. Oh, God. Man, and here we go. We got another one in the chat. Here we go. This is what not fixing the offensive line breeds. Right here. This is what it breeds. This mentality. This is what I was preaching about last week on this very stream. And this is exactly what I was talking about on Thursday. The mentality of the fan base, not just the franchise, has to change. We're killing ourselves, folks. Our expectations are too high. And the players aren't paying attention to what's right in front of them. So let me read this comment out right here, man. This is going to trigger some people. It is definitely going to trigger me. I am signing a petition to have Matt Rule fired. Let me repeat something that I repeated on Thursday that I repeated the week before. You can fire all the coaches you want. You can put in any players you want. You can hurt Tepper's wallet all you want. But until the mentality and the culture changes in Carolina, we ain't going nowhere. Point blank. Not everything is the coach's fault. Not everything is the player's fault. Not everything is, as it seems. But there are other points where, yes, it is exactly what it looks like. The lack of effort is exactly what it looks like. The lack of discipline is exactly what it looks like. The terrible offensive line that we have, because you bargain shopped at the black market, that's exactly what it is. And I will say this, it is much better than it was in 16, 17, and 18. Because 16, 17, and 18, we had offensive linemen that would get our quarterbacks killed. Literally killed back there. I'm surprised these guys aren't ending up in coffins. Because these defenders were absolutely on a murder spree. Our offensive linemen were just revolving doors. They were glass. We don't have to wonder why we're here. Okay, we already know why we're here. But this mentality of let's fire this, that, and the third whenever you lose like 3 games or something like that, man, that no. It's not Super Bowl or bust. It's not we lose 1 game and we fire the entire staff. No, stop. That's that fair weather fan garbage that we need to get rid of. That's the attitude we need to get rid of. It's a team effort everybody has to pull together when it comes to a team. Facts. That's why fair weather fan bases have such a difficult time because they can't all agree on anything. When is the last time this fan base as a whole actually agreed on anything? As a whole. When is the last time that happened? I'm having a tough time remembering, man. It's been a minute. When is the last time the fan base and the management have all agreed on something and all been on the same page? I'll tell you when. Greg Olson and Thomas Davis's retirement. And let me tell you something, man. When these two left this team, they left behind a legacy. They left behind a legacy. Everybody was on board that train, man. Whether we won or lost during those years. Everybody was on that train, man. We had such a good group of players, man, that were leaders, that were vocal, that were actually locker room people, man, that spoke up and said what they had to say. And if you didn't like it, shape up or ship out. It's that simple. Ship up or ship out. Either you're on board or you're not. You know, and when these guys spoke, man, you listened. You know, it wasn't just, well, they got something random funny to say. No. When Thomas Davis spoke, you listened. Because this man always spoke from the heart and he had something important to say. That's the leadership we're missing on this team. That's the leadership that's not here anymore. We need a leader. We don't need more sheep. We got plenty of sheep. Lord knows we got plenty of sheep on this team. We got plenty of sheep. We ain't got enough shepherds, man. That's the problem. We ain't got enough shepherds. Where's the leaders in the locker room? Who would you name as leaders in the locker room right now? If you had to name any. I can't find one. Until Cam Newton came back. And even then, he's been silent. Find me a leader. So that's what we're missing right now. When we go drafting, we need to think about that. We need to draft a leader. Someone that's going to be vocal. Someone that cares about this team, this whole entire franchise, the fans, everything. That's what I want. Man. Someone that doesn't care about just getting a bag or surviving until you can go on vacation or smoke your cigarettes, your cigars and your little hopscotch drinks. You know what I mean? Man, this ain't the New York Jets. Stop. Dude. This has got to stop, man. It's a mentality. It's an infectious mentality. That's got to stop. I don't want to hear about all these people that think they understand this team. They don't. They don't at all. And the next time I hear that junk on Fox, man, I'm muting it. I'm telling you, I'm muting it. Because there's so many people out there in these news organizations that think they understand this team and they do not. At all. They don't understand our mentality. They don't understand anything we're doing. And frankly, we don't know who we are either. We don't understand our own mentality sometimes. Man, it seems like every single day, as fans, we have to question something the management is doing. Or something our players are doing or not doing. And this just ain't right, man. This just ain't right. Lower your expectations a little bit. Think before you start throwing all this garbage on social media. Acting like you know something about this team. You don't know nothing. None of us know anything. Because they don't know who they are. And until they figure it out, then we can actually have a conversation about this, that, and the third of who we are, what we're trying to represent. I mean, I can talk about this stuff all day long on streams. I can preach about it and be that person that just delivers the truth. But, you know, these news organizations don't want to listen. They don't want to know who we really are. They don't want to know what's behind the mask, the Scooby-Doo mask. Because it would frighten them. It really would. Okay. Ricky. And by the way, Corey, I'm the same Earl Levener. I just changed the Facebook name. Okay. Not a problem, man. Not a problem. Yeah, man. They don't want to know. They don't want to know what's behind that mask. It would scare them half to death. It really would. It's like Michael Myers' face, man. You don't want to see that. Then once we finally did see his face, it's just like, oh God. You know what I mean? Man. I'm just trying to make sense of what I see. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sense of it and show y'all what I know. It's a mess. And until we get that mess cleaned up and we get it organized and we try to figure out what we're trying to do, we're not going to get anywhere. And it starts with that offensive line. Once we get that line cleaned up, then we'll see what we're doing at quarterback. Once we get the quarterback settled, okay, do we have the weapons we need on offense? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, what are the plays we're running? Are they satisfactory? Are they going to get us points? Are they going to get us first downs and move us down the field consistently? If the answer is no, we need to change the plays. Which means we need to change the offensive coordinator. Which, right now, the answer is no. The plays are not getting us down the field. So Jeff Nixon is not it. Regardless of whether we have that line or not. He ain't the answer. Like I said, put in Cam Turner, put in Ken Dorsey as the offensive coordinator, and I promise you, you'll see a difference. Let Cam come back for one more year. Fix the line and see what happens. Watch and see what happens. I promise you. You'll see an immediate difference in game one. You'll see an immediate difference. Ken Dorsey was the most successful quarterback coach for Cam Newton for years. For the 3 years that made him who he is. Now, we ain't looking to coach Cam Newton for what he was. We're looking to coach Cam Newton for what he is now, which is fine. And Ken Dorsey can still do that as an offensive coordinator and, using his old duties as quarterback coach, his old skills. He can do both in one foul swoop. Now, same with Cam Irving. Cam Irving's resume is just through the roof. Cam Turner, my bad. Cam Turner. Cam Turner's resume is through the roof of what this man has been able to do. He actually turned around Blake Bortles' year and made that man a Pro Bowler in 1 year. Who else can you find out there that's a quarterback coach that could do that? Find me somebody. Oh, you can't? That's because there's only a few of them that exist. The one that's working with Tannehill right now, the one that's working with, what's his name? I'll get back to you on that. But still, there's very few out there that could do it. So yeah, I gotta have one of those guys as the offensive coordinator. It's just gotta happen. Bellamy's great as a head coach, maybe, and I'd love to have him as an offensive coordinator. But Cam Turner is the right fit. Bring back him and Ken Dorsey. Keep Cam Newton for another 2 years. Watch what happens when we finally draft the right lineman with these people. We've already got the other weapons. We got Chuba Hubbard, who's basically a Jonathan Stewart type. We've been developing him to be that. More so a power runner than a speed runner. But still, I like it. I like where that's going. He's also a wide receiver. We got ourselves a little nasty little wide receiver core here. I like it. We just got to have some plays to go along with it. And that is Eric Bellamy's specialty, as the head coach, as the offensive coordinator out in KC. He's really good at this stuff, man. He would make an excellent head coach. He's offensive minded. When is the last time we could say we had an offensive minded head coach? It's been years. I don't think we ever have. I think it's been defensive all the way, hasn't it? Like, that's the crazy thing. But what if we hire an offensive-minded head coach? What if we did the polar opposite of what we've been doing? How would that change our philosophy? How would that change our mentality? How would that change our goal set? What would happen if we actually got the right players in and actually took our line seriously? This team could be a serious threat. And I'm talking a serious threat if you put everybody together the right way. If we were this close to having that type of a team all the way down the roster, all the way 53-man roster, we were this close. We were one player away. We had the right philosophy. We had the right mindset. We had the right discipline. We had leaders. We had everything. Checking every box. Imagine if we could rebuild that. Under the right coach, under the right offensive mindset, under the right GM, which is Fitterer, in my opinion. I believe Fitterer is the right one. Under the right defensive coordinator, Phil Snow. I think Phil Snow is the right guy for the job. Until he proves us otherwise. And put together this massive 53-man roster all the way down the roster, all the way down the list. And just check every box off. Are you happy with this position? Are you happy with this position? And at the end of the day, do these accomplish our goals? And if you're not out there setting goals, it's chaos. It's that simple. If you're not setting goals as an organization to win this, to do this, to this, A, B, C, D, all the way down the list. If you're not setting those goals, you're already behind the 8 ball. Because all these other teams have already done this. They've already checked all those boxes. They haven't just set these goals, they've already checked those boxes a long time ago. That's how far behind the 8 ball we are. So until you start thinking, okay, this is how we want to accomplish what we want to accomplish, how do we get there? Because until then, it's just a dream. The Lombardi's just a dream until you get there. Yeah, I'm a musician, right? And I had at least half a dozen people, naysayers, say, okay, well, you're never going to get there. Everything you're doing is just exactly that. It's just a dream. until you accomplish these things. And to a degree, they're right. But what they miss is, how do you get there? How do you get there? What goals are you setting to get there? What goals are you accomplishing to get to that point? And that's what this organization is missing right now. They're missing the in-between. Because they're so focused on either win now mentality or bust. We got to change the mindset. The mindset is whack. It's whack. It's absolutely whack. You can't accomplish anything if you're just dreaming still. Anybody can dream. Anybody can write down on a sheet of paper, okay, this is my list of dreams. But also, anybody can write down a set of goals. Anybody can come up with ideas and the way to get there. If you are determined. Is this organization determined to win Lombardi? There's where the mindset comes in. That's where you got to question. Are these guys determined to do what it takes to get there? And so far, the answer's been no. Sadly, no. Because they are not willing to set up those goals and try to get there. You remember when we had Gettleman, the Gettleman era. Now, this is going to trigger some people. The G word is going to trigger some people. Gettleman. But let me tell you something. When we had Gettleman as our GM, he set a list of goals for us. Each year, we are climbing the ladder to the next level, of that stair process. First, it's, okay, let's build a base foundation that we can work with. That can win enough games to get us to the wild card. We had that already once he walked in. Next, fill in the gaps. Okay, what do we need in this position, this position, this position, this position? Now, arguably, you're not going to agree with all the people that he put in, but that's not the point. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is it was a step ladder process to get to where we got to in the Super Bowl. Each year, we had a goal in mind. And it got to be a higher and higher goal each year because we reached the last one. That's what we're trying to do. That's the process it's going to take. And this management needs to realize this is the mindset we need to have. Not the win now mindset, not the desperation mindset, not the I'm going to pay $10 million to Cam Newton for him to come in here and play behind a broken line mindset. Because I refuse to fix the line mindset. No, it takes a step ladder process. People don't get that in this fan base either. They don't understand that. As a whole, they don't understand it. I know y'all here in the Keep Pounding crew, y'all get this. That's why y'all are here. Y'all are here to listen to this stuff, man, because I'm making sense. In a world full of chaos, I'm one of the few streamers out here that actually makes sense. And I appreciate y'all hanging around and listening to me, man, because this management needs to hear this, man. But they got them blinders on. They got them earplugs in. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear what it takes. They don't want to know what it takes to get there. And that's why I'm so frustrated with this team. After seeing it actually happen, right in front of our eyes, and we totally ignored the same process that got us to that point, why? That's what triggers me right there. Why? Why are we not going back to that process and figure out what did we do correctly to get to the Super Bowl? Not how did we keep failing and try to learn from it. No. No. Stop with that mindset. That's what's killing us right now. Throw that mindset out. Right along with Monday's garbage. You know what I mean? No. Go back to the mindset of what did we do correctly to get to the Super Bowl in the first place? Let's go back to the mindset of this is a step ladder process that we need. Let's go back to we need a leader in the locker room, not a bunch of sheep. Let's go back to the mindset of let's put together a 53-man roster we could be doggone proud of. And it can go out there and play 16 full games, now 17, because the league's changed it, and be a competitive team consistently. That's what we need to aim for. And it takes time to do that. It takes 3 years or up to 5 years to build that and build it correctly. You don't just sit there and just go, oh, well, I'm just going to win now. This is the win now mentality is a cancer. It really is. It's an infectious disease. It ruins everything that we're trying to build. It ruins every process that you're trying to put in place that can actually make us a competitive team like Green Bay is every year or New England is every year. And we just don't want it. Our management just doesn't want it. So then what do? You know what I'm saying? Are we just going to lay down and take another 5-win season? Yeah. Top 5 draft pick. Yeah. And let's lose the games that could necessarily maybe get us into the playoffs, or let's win the games that are meaningless, and hurt our draft stock. Let's just stay right in the middle, where we can't do any harm, but we can't do any good either. What's the point? Show me the point of this mentality. Show me the progress that this is making. It's not. And until we change that, this is where we are. This is who we are. It's the mindset and the culture, I'm telling you. And it's pissing me off every week that we don't want to change that mindset, that we don't want to change that culture, that we just want to stay exactly where we are, right in our comfort zones. You know how most of the most successful people are the most successful? Pablo Picasso, Leonardo da Vinci, all these people got out of their comfort zones and did something that society thought was, well, kind of controversial. But look at how successful they were. Look at what they were able to create by going outside of that comfort zone. Look at all the successful businesses, that come up with something unique that everybody can use, that you never thought you needed. All of these people thought outside of the box. They went outside of their comfort zones to get there. This is what this management needs to do. I could preach on this all day long, but nobody wants to hear it in the management. So, whatever. Every one of these people went outside of their comfort zones. What are we doing? We're just stuck in the eagle's nest. We're not going anywhere. We're stuck in the caves, acting like we're little panther cubs, just stuck next to mama. At some point, you got to grow up. At some point, you got to leave the nest. You got to leave the bear cave. You got to live. At some point, you got to change your mindset in order to fix the problems that are around you and adapt to them. You know that old saying, adapt or die? That's the truth. World's a harsh place, man. World's a harsh, harsh place once you get out of high school. I ain't lying to you. Y'all know it to be true. Man, take me back to the days where all I have to do is homework, man. Take me back. I miss those days. Yeah, they were awkward, but take me back. Because that's the mindset of the Panthers right now. They're thinking, take me back. Because I don't want any part of the real world. I don't want any part of these challenges. I just want to make up excuses. And what happens is these people that get out in the world with that mindset become the most selfish individuals and so dependent on others that it just drives them into the ground. But the people that really, really do care and want to succeed will find a way. They will find a way. And yes, you're dependent for a while. You know, that's a thing. But you got to get out of your comfort zone. You got to try. You got to meet these challenges head on. Because otherwise, they're going to run you over like a steamroll truck. And that's what's happened to this organization is they're not facing the challenges. They're getting run over because they refuse to change. They refuse to change their mindset. And this is why we are where we are right now. And partially, the fan base is the same way. We refuse to change our expectations, so now we're here. You know what I mean? You know? We get disappointed every year because we just refuse to change our expectations and say, well, this is the real situation. This is where we really are. Not where, not Narnia, not Fantasyland. This is where this team really is. Everybody wants to have that parade on Charlotte. We don't get there by sticking in our comfort zones. We get there by facing this team's real problems. And everybody's delusional right now that thinks Super Bowl or bust, or the quarterback is going to solve the problem, or Cam Newton is the next thing since sliced bread that will solve all our problems in Carolina just by signing him back. Y'all are the problem. Change your mindset. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here right where we are next year. Thinking the same thoughts, listening to the same rants by me. Y'all don't want to hear that, though. The thing is, the truth is harsh. It hurts. It stings. It's painful. But it's necessary. It's a harsh reality. So, that being said, man, some people are facing a harsh reality during this Christmas season, man, and God bless y'all, man. I wish I could give all of y'all a hug, man. I really, really do, because everybody's suffering with some kind of issues, man. Whether it be debt, whether it be health issues, whether it be COVID, whether it be what, I don't want to give those people a hug, man, right now. But I will give my love and appreciation to you, at a safe distance. But still, um, but all these people, man, everybody's battling something this time of year, and it can be tough. You just gotta keep pounding. It's what it takes. You gotta keep pounding through it. And I ain't just talking about keep pounding. I'm talking about keep pounding, through it. Fight. You can make it through it. Through this, man. And that's what this team needs to do. They need to have that mentality of keep pounding. Listen to Sam Mills, man. The dude was a genius when he came up with this. Dude was an absolute genius. And we've been through a lot this year. We lost 704. We lost some people that were really important. And it's tough. But you got to keep pounding. And I know how tough that is, man. I know how tough that is firsthand because my grandpa ain't around no more. He passed away in May. So I'm right there along with y'all, man. It's rough. It's a rough road. But we're going to get through it together. We just got to remember, man, we're a family. We're a family. But hey, Ricky asked me, how was my Christmas? I'm finally getting around to your question, man. I'm sorry. I was just on a roll there, man. I had to get those thoughts out. It was important. It was. But yeah, my Christmas was great, man. It was nice. Got to spend some time with the family, make some dinner for them, and talk about old times, good memories, And sure, I was one family member short, but you know what? We made the best of it, and it was beautiful. It really was. You know, I didn't really get anything special. I didn't really ask for anything special, but it was just nice, man. When you're younger, you like all these presents and stuff like that, and you like all the surprises and stuff like that that come in the boxes. But you know what, man? The older you get, the more you realize that peace, love, and family become the most important things that you could ever have. Because I'm going to tell you something. You don't have very long with your family members, man. Cherish it. Cherish that time. Remember those good times, man. Talk about those good times. Because that's what's going to keep you going. And I didn't have to know 704 to know that this dude was a legit guy, man. Every time I heard his voice on the podcast, man, I was just like, man, this dude is real. This dude's real. And I wanted to hear what he had to say, man, because it impacted me. It impacted all of us. I miss him just like the rest of you, man. Such a good guy. Rip 704, man. But hey, and that's the same thing with my grandpa too, It reminded me of my grandpa in that way because he was the one that taught me about football and taught me to love this sport for what it is, Not for what they say it is, but for what it really is. you know, and the lessons that you learn through football go into life. You know, like the keep pounding mantra. It it goes past just Sam Mills, you know, and this team. It goes past like getting through these tough times as a team. It's life, bro. And my grandpa was a good man. He taught me about these players. He taught me, you know, all the good qualities of these players, who they were as people, you know, and he valued them as people. He didn't just value them as players on the field in a uniform. He valued them as people. And that's what this organization does that sets us apart as Carolina Panthers. I believe that. I truly believe that. We value these players as people. It's beautiful. What organization do you know that really truly does that? You know, to the degree that we do. Like I struggle to find one. And that's why we're still here, man. That's why we stay loyal. That's why we show this much love because they showed that type of love to us to start with. You know, that's why you see all these amazing podcasters out here, man, doing what they do. You know, devoting their Sundays. They didn't have to do this, man. But these people do it anyway because they love this team that much that they're willing to reach out and try to offer solutions, you know, to this team's problems. And I'm just one of many. And I'm humbled and blessed that y'all are sticking by me, man, and want to hear these solutions that I offer. Yeah, you may not agree with them. Yeah, we might have some problems, you know, trying to get on the same page, but at least you're willing to listen, and that's what it's all about, man. Yeah, y'all are here to hear it. And God bless y'all for that, man. That's what's up. So, you know, tying that back to my grandpa, he was always willing to take a few minutes and listen, you know, when I had something to say about this team, you know, because he wanted to understand what I knew, you know, and what I've learned. And it was beautiful. You know, it's valuable time that you share with those people that you care about that you may not be able to get back, you know, once they're gone. And it just sucks, you know, cuz but I remember the good times and that's what keeps me going, you know. And I've devoted this year and the rest of my life as a Panthers fan to reaching out and trying to help get this team back in order in any way I can. You know, whether it be through my opinions, whether it be through my voice, you know, and I don't take this platform lightly. It's a gift. It's an absolute gift. You know, to have all of you here and for it to feel like family. You know, we built a beautiful, beautiful community here in this YouTube channel and in this Facebook page, and I love it. I love every second of it. It's an honor. It really is. It's an honor and a privilege to devote my Sundays to doing this. Um, yeah, this team makes you question why you do it as a YouTuber. Some Sundays it is like that. Some Sundays it feels like a grind, but every time I see comments, you know, come through my chat, it just reminds me again, you know, why I keep doing this and why I've been devoting my Sundays. to helping this team because y'all have shown that love, and I'm showing that love, and it's just all this love to go around, man. It's beautiful. So, I want to try to devote some time to try to fix this team. Y'all ready for this, man? All right, step one, how we can fix this team. Number one, we need discipline and a mindset change. Once we accomplish that, then we need an offensive coordinator that knows what he's doing. Once we have that, let's build that line. Let's rebuild that line. Completely rebuild the line. I'm talking about tear it down, destroy it, rebuild from the bottom up. I like Taylor Moton. Let's pick out a couple of players that we like and then build around that as cornerstones. Next thing we do, we put a system in place that works. We need plays that work. We don't need that Joe Brady garbage. We don't need that Jeff Nixon crap that he's throwing out there. Let's put something out there that works. That puts points on the board. Regardless of what quarterback we throw in there, as long as he's above average, we can make it work with a proper line. If you want to go out and you want to get Deshaun Watson, that's fine. If you want to stick with Cam Newton, that's fine. If you want to, But we can't talk about quarterbacks until we fix the line. Straight up. We can't. So only until that step is accomplished, then you can move on to the quarterback position. Once the quarterback position is figured out, then, and only then, can you fill in the gaps. And like I was saying, man, the question is, okay, do we have the appropriate weapons that we need? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, put them on the field. Let's see what happens. And then we build depth based on that. In preseason, training camp, the draft, we build depth. One of the main things that made the 14 and 15 team as successful as they did is we had depth. And I mean quality depth. Not that garbage that we've been settling for in 16, 17, and 18. That's settling to me on offense. It's just settling. What we need is proper depth. That's what's going to get us to the promised land. Then, I think whatever holes we have left on defense, we'll fix them. We'll figure them out. But until we decide that we want to fix the source of the problem, we can't get there. Everything is a domino effect on each other. That's why this is a team sport. Everything affects the next thing down the line. And until you fix the things that start that domino effect, you can't get to where you want to go. It's that simple, Brent. Point blank. So, here we go again trying to figure out what's the source of the domino problem because everybody's got a different opinion. Nobody can get on the same page here because y'all are all thinking in different directions. That's what this fan base has been doing for the past 7 years. And the management's even worse. It all goes back to mentality. Like I said, change the mentality, then you start changing everything else. Everything else starts to fall in line. One at a time. We check this box, we move on to the next goal. We get that goal accomplished, we go on to the next one. On and on and on like a stepladder process. Until we get where we want to be. Where we're having a parade in Charlotte. It will happen. But we got to build it correctly. We're just not building it correctly. That's the problem. We got the wrong mindset. Ricky says, I know what you mean, man. My dad died in 2016, 2 days before Father's Day. Oh, wow. And my grandparents died in 2001 and 2010. So I know what you mean, man. And I'm sorry to hear about your pops, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that so much. Yeah. Take the time that you have with your family, man. I'm telling you. You never know when you're not going to have it again. I've seen people die in car wrecks, within an instant. And you're gone, You blink and they're gone. And I can't say that loudly enough. I really can't. Yeah, it'll hurt. It'll hurt. But you got to get through it. You got to get through the tough times to get through. You got to get through the pain to get where you want to go. And right now, this organization's in pain. It's exactly where we are. We're in pain. We can't figure out what we want. Because we're lost in the emotional roller coaster that is the Disney rides, down in Florida. We just can't seem to escape it. Every year it's the same Disney ride. We know what the ride is. We've been on it every single year, every time. We're expecting it not to scare us, and every time it does. You know every twist, you know every turn of that roller coaster ride, and it still scares you. And I don't know. My grandpa always said mind over matter. Mind over matter. And to a degree, he's right. It's mind over matter. He was always a big proponent of, your mind is stronger than anything else. And I mean, to a degree, yes. To a degree, yes. But there's also the physical flesh, But you do have limits. But yeah, man, think before you speak. Exactly. And I don't think these guys truly think before they speak in our management. And what I mean is, when you listen to Matt Rule's press conferences, here we go, right? Y'all knew I was going to get to it. Y'all knew I was going to get to it, man. Matt Rule's press conferences. This dude gives away too much. He does. I will say that. He does. You don't like a certain lineman's arms. You don't like this or that. We're going to try this. We're going to try that. You don't need to expose all that to the media. Bro, it just makes people's jobs easier that are in the media. You're just giving them so much content, so much meat. Juicy meat to work with, man. I'm telling you. You don't need to do that. You don't need to give away the whole doggone feast before we even eat it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say is you don't need to give away the whole playbook in everything we're doing before we go out there on Sunday. You don't need to do that. Why? Sometimes you just got to know when to shut up, you know? And stop talking. Clam your mouth up. And this dude just doesn't know how to do that sometimes. And, you know, I will say this. There's a lot of answers that he gives to the media that I really do like. You know, that he explains it in good detail and he explains why he has that thought process. You know, a lot of coaches don't do that. And that's a good thing. But it can also be bad too, because you don't want to give away the store. So there's a good and a bad to that. But in my opinion, it's worth it to have that kind of a coach um, that is willing to explain things, you know. But at the same time, you don't want to. Well, y'all know where I'm going with that. Y'all know where I'm going with that. I don't need to give y'all examples. You already know. You've heard the press conferences. I'm sure you have by this point. And I'm just sitting there like, enough's enough, Matt. Stop giving them info. Stop giving them info. I mean, say the obvious things, you know what I mean? Like we just have to fix penalties, we have to correct uh footwork and technique, you know, that obvious stuff, man. Go for it. Cuz the media doesn't understand that. All they're focusing on is the answers to their one question, you know. How do we get a news story out from all of this information? That's all they're concerned about. They don't care about the ifs and ands or buts or in all the info in between. So, yeah, I mean, Matt is on the hot seat. Let's admit where it is, you know. He's on the hot seat. And I think he's a great coach. I think he's a great person, but is he the right fit for our team? No. At the moment. At the moment, my answer is no. Because, one, he's given away the store in press conferences. Two, he went after bargain bin offensive lineman, which didn't solve our problem and was only patchwork when we needed somebody solid, you know. But maybe that was the best he could do. You know, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm trying to give him something, you know, to help him to not fall through the cracks, you know, like Ron Rivera did. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's a great dude, but he's not giving me much to work with, you know. I didn't want to throw Ron Rivera under the bus. I really didn't. I love Ron Rivera as a guy, as a person, you know. And he's a decent coach. He's a decent coach, but the things he did, you know, made me really pissed off at him. So, I mean, I had no choice but to throw Ron Rivera under the bus. I don't want to do that to Matt, man. I don't want to have to do that. Give me something to work with, Matt. You know, anything will do at this point. You know, we're sitting here in desperation mode, trying to reset the mindset and the culture. You can't do that, but if you're not willing to change the mindset and the culture, which he's not. You know, his mindset every year is just let's just try to get 1-0 every week. Let's try to get one. Stop. That's not working. Try something else. Adapt. That's what Joe Brady was never able to do. That's why he got fired. Adapt. I know you can do it, Matt. I believe in you, dude. I know you got it in you. Man, show me something. Show me something I can work with, Matt. We don't want to have to be sitting here next year having this same conversation. Just because he refuses to adapt. But yeah, it comes with the territory though, man. You got Bill Belichick not saying anything during press conferences. And I mean nothing. This dude is a clam. You're not going to get any stories out of this dude. You might as well ask Tom Brady. You know, you might as well ask Mac Jones those questions. Because back in the day, man, Bill Belichick he never changed. He never cracked a smile. He was just the way he was, you know? And I don't want to see Matt end up doing that either. You know, I don't want a coach that does that either. You know, I want something in between where they explain, they answer your question, you know, in detail to where it's satisfying. You know, you don't have to impress these guys. You just have to answer the questions. You know what I mean? You don't have to go crazy with it. Just answer the questions. And that's enough. Just give them a headline. That's all they're after. You know, don't give away the store, but don't be clam shut either. That's what I want. Yeah, and I think back to like there was a couple of players that were asked certain questions about certain plays, and I think it was what it was either a defensive player. I'm gonna go with a defensive player on that because I think that's what it was, and they were asked about a certain situation, and the player fully explained what the play call was and why it was called. You know, I mean, those are the situations where it's necessary to explain. You know, because the media, they're ignorant. They don't watch these games. They don't. All they're after is a headline. They're just trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these people do know their stuff. You know, I give credit to the ones that do. You know, but most of these guys don't care. They just want to get paid. They want a headline. They want to go write their article and get paid. So you got to explain some of this stuff to them. You know, when they ask questions like that, the inquisitive ones, you know, that really do want to learn something. Those are the ones that ask those types of questions. And, you know, the player's just like, I gotta explain this? Really? I thought you knew this. You know? That was the reaction I was getting from the player, and I was just like, okay, well, understandable. But then he proceeded to actually answer the question in detail. And I was like, that's what's up right there. That's what's up. Spread the knowledge. You know what I mean? Spread the knowledge. It don't take much. Just answer the questions. Spread the knowledge. Explain. Matt Rule is just talking a million miles a minute though. And sometimes you can understand him, sometimes you can't. It's just like it's like those dogs that just don't stop barking, in your neighborhoods. He just doesn't stop barking. He doesn't stop talking. Everybody knows that one friend that just doesn't stop talking. And it's just the way it is. But gotta love them, but you just wish they'd take a breath. It's like, do you breathe, bro? You know what I mean? Take a breath, take a sip of water, do something. Take a break. That's Matt Rule for you right there. He'll just go on like 2-minute answer spiels, man. And I'm just like, do you breathe, bro? God. It's crazy. Oh, man. Anyway, man, we gonna take our break, man, and get into the meat of this game in detail through the box score and the depth chart. So, looking forward to it. This is gonna be a crazy one. Let me set the music, and we will get this thing going. All right, break time, ladies and gentlemen. Keep pounding. Hit that like and follow button. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. It's free. Share it with your stream. Share the stream with your friends. Come on, guys. It's free, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see y'all in about 5-10 minutes. Let's go. Ugh. Oh. All right, we are back. So let us discuss this crazy game, shall we? I happen to have the game summary up, so we're gonna cover that first, and you are more than welcome to throw in anything in chat that you would like to discuss, and we'll get to it. Alright, so boom. Alright. So here is the depth chart. 5 rushes for 42 yards. And Cam has really brought that rushing game attack where, you know, everybody else is having to deal with running backs and this, that, and the other. And every once in a while, you see these quarterbacks start run and push from maybe like 8 yards, something like that, and just push the chains. You know, and it's really refreshing to see Cam Newton able to use his legs and do what he's doing. You know what I mean? So, right now, that's a very positive stat. Now, I apologize if you guys see me eat. You know, I'm just really hungry right now. Sorry about that. Just had to get something quick to eat. My stomach is rumbling and tumbling right now. So, Sam Darnold had that one run for 11 yards. Chuba Hubbard, 6 attempts for 9 yards. That shut Chuba down. His longest run was 4 yards. Bonifon, 1 attempt for 4 yards. Abdullah, 2 attempts. Let's not talk about Cam Newton or Sam Darnold. Let's talk about the running backs alone, rushing wise. What did that total up to be? We're looking at 9 attempts total, 16 total yards. That's not good. That is terrifyingly bad. 16 yards total from our running backs. How? I refuse to believe Tampa Bay's defense is that good. I refuse to believe it. There's no way that this defense held us to 16 total yards rushing minus the quarterbacks. That's it. 16. Are you kidding me right now? No way their defensive line is that good. I'm sorry. There's just no way. Now, Chuba did his part, man. He ended up getting tackled for a loss a couple of those times. But, most of that was them blitzing. But, I mean, 16 total rushing yards minus the quarterbacks. Ouch. The running game was dead today. Totally dead. Totally dead. It was beyond dead. It was undead. All right, so we had 53 total yards rushing from the quarterbacks. So they had to pick up the slack. Quarterbacks. Sam Darnold went 15 for 32, 190 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions. His longest pass completed was 63 yards. And I would imagine you were adding yards after the catch involved too on that. But still, 63 is pretty doggone good, man. That's what you're looking for. Shout out to Anthony Rochelle in the chat. In the Facebook chat. Shout out to Zero Chill. Shout out to Mr. Roaring Riot and K McDonald in the YouTube chat. Also shout out to Ricky and I think there was one other one in the chat that I didn't get. Shout out to Adam Potter as well. Welcome. And Chad King as well. Alright. So there's the shout outs. Now we're going to get back into this. Cam Newton, 7 for 13, 61 yards. We got one interception. Cam has been throwing one pick a game, to somebody. You can call it a late Christmas gift if you want. But it's been happening. One pick a game. So, what? Is he not seeing these defenders? Is he just trying to force these balls in there? What's going on there? Because this is once a game now. Consistently. I don't remember him ever doing that before. But, it's possible. I have to go back in the stats to see it. You know, I've never seen him do it consistently, though. So here's the quarterback numbers. You guys ready for this? As a whole today, 45 attempts, 22 of them completed, 251 yards total, and 1 pick. Ouch. Okay, ouch. That comes out to a 56.8 quarterback rating with both of them averaged in. Oh, you know what's even better? You know what's even better from today? We got 7 sacks. Okay, 3 of those were on the quarterbacks. I want to argue 4, actually, because they were holding onto the ball too long. And when you hold onto the ball too long, you're going to get sacked. That's just the way it is. There's no other way around it. You got to get rid of that thing. When you see 7 or 8 people in the box, that should ring a bell in your brain. Ding, ding, blitz. Get rid of the ball. Doesn't matter where, just throw it away. Don't take the sack. Now, I will give Cam Newton this. Every once in a while, he won't see these guys from his blind side. I'll give you that. But, still, you can see where these guys are lined up even before the snap. You know, take a guess if they're going to move or not, you know, towards you and try to blitz you. If they do, get rid of the ball. Don't sit there and take the sack. I'm getting so sick and tired of watching these quarterbacks that we have take these sacks when it's just not necessary. Now, again, put the blame on the offensive line where the blame lies, but put the blame for the quarterbacks on the quarterbacks where it's supposed to be. So, you know, you're talking 3 sacks, maybe 4 are on the quarterbacks. The rest of them are on the offensive line. And we're talking, I know Brady Christensen was responsible for one of them. I mean, this dude he did a circle button spin move on him. And just, Brady Christensen just did not know what to do. And got the sack on him. Just isn't Madden, bro. Don't let him do that to you. Win the battle on the line. I think one of them was probably on the left tackle as well. Because from what I saw, a couple of these guys were in the wrong lanes. They were trying to double up on somebody, or they were trying to. Or there was a couple of situations where they just did not know what to do. And they got that extra blitzer through the middle, through the gap, and it was all over. Come on, O-line. Be better. Like, if really, that's 7 sacks. That was almost 8 sacks today. As a matter of fact, a bit ridiculous that we can't get ourselves to a point where we can limit that number to probably 3 or 4. You know, which is the normal number in a game. That's a good question in chat right there from Anthony Rochelle. Who's going to change their football team from today? Y'all feel like running away from the Panthers, man, and leaving the bandwagon? Mm. That's up to y'all. But, and y'all know how much I hate the word bandwagon. I've already went on one rant about it. I ain't gonna do that again. But I don't like the fact that we had 16 combined rushing yards from our running backs. That's it. All right. So let's move on to the receivers. We had 10 targets for Robbie Anderson, 5 catches, 58 yards. Okay. Not terrible, you know. It got him involved. But then you move on to DJ Moore. 5 catches for 11 targets, 55 yards. Now, what is going on where they have that many targets and only that many catches? Oh, I don't like that. And then all of a sudden you see Shai Smith come out of nowhere with 3 catches for 4 targets for 86 yards. Now, if this man can come out of nowhere with 86 yards off of just 3 catches, where are the rest of y'all today? Where are the rest of y'all today? I see Tommy Tremble with the 2 catches for 22 out of 3 targets. I see Bonifant, 2 catches for 12, 2 targets. But I mean, it's short yardage. You know what I mean? Like, where's the medium passes? We didn't have any medium passes today. I know we had a couple of deep ball attempts, but. And that was a real shame that we couldn't score on that one play, man. Because Abdullah, oh my God. Oh, y'all saw that play, didn't you? Where the man was wide open. He tripped over maybe the yard line or something. And was just getting up when that ball was thrown near him. Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt. A lot. I'm just sitting there like, really? You're kidding me. Man. At this point, I just wanted to get out of single digits. You know? I don't want to sit there with 6 points forever on the board through the entire game. I just don't. It's not a good look. Against second stringers, third stringers, you know, and a few first stringers, it's not a good look. Really isn't. Alright, so let me see this message real quick from Ricky. Yes, it did. And when we had that one where Sam Darnold threw it, the man was downfield wide open. I didn't understand why we couldn't get that touchdown. And that wide receiver was open when Sam threw it to him. Are you talking about DJ Moore on the deep ball, the go route? Because that man actually had 2 defenders on him. But you had to throw that ball just right over the top of all 3 of them, you know, to get that ball right in his hands in stride to make that work. Now, the old Cam Newton would have been able to make that throw, you know, but pre-concussion. But today's Cam Newton, no way. Sam Darnold, no way. There's no way he has that ball placement to get that. Stafford does. I'll say this, Stafford does. But these 2 guys, no. PJ, no. Don't see it. PJ will overthrow all of them by a country mile. But Yeah, that one hurt a lot. I wanted that one. And it's a real shame, too. It was the one World Family Dollar line. I got sacked, and then I managed to throw the ball downfield. Yup. You're right about that one. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Um, so interestingly enough, we had a couple of drops. Sullivan, which I don't. Who is Sullivan? That's not a name that's familiar to me. Who is that? I got Anthony Rochelle in the chat right now. Do you, who is who is this Sullivan guy that we try to throw to? Is that a running back or what? Yeah, I don't know who that is. I've never heard that name before now. Yeah, Sullivan. Last name. He's not on the depth chart. Randomly picked up in the last couple of days. Let me check the transaction list. That's what I was gonna go to next. Is that right there? Not seeing a Sullivan on this list. I don't know, man. That's really weird. Did he come off the practice squad, maybe? That's where I'm looking now. Yeah, see if you can find something I can't. I'm doing all right. A little frustrated with this team right now, as I think we all are. But okay, yeah. Sign in. Steven Sullivan is a tight end, and he came off the practice squad. We signed him in September. Yep, September 1st is when we signed him. Huh. Me neither. I don't see anywhere where we elevated him on the transactions list, and typically they'll tell you, in there on that list if they elevate a guy, and they didn't put it in there. So that was really interesting to me. Anyway, that was just a name that popped up to me. Yeah, he's with his family today. Our thoughts are with him and his family. So enjoy your time and have some fun. Totally understandable. Yeah, I was just saying earlier, man, spend some time with family, man. You just never know how much time you got. All right, let's go. Really? After the game? Hmm. 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 Now here's my thing, man. If you're gonna pay that much money to go to a game that you know you're going to lose, why would you go up to the front barricades and start chanting "fire somebody"? You know, people have been saying that on social media for like the past like 5 weeks. That's not new. You knew you were gonna get blown out by the Bucks. I don't understand that. You're wasting your money, folks. Don't go to games that you know you're gonna get blown out in. Unless you just want the experience. The first time experience. Then I can understand. If you've never been to a game, that's fair enough. But you could choose a better one. But I mean, if you're going up there just to chant "fire rule, fire rule, fire rule," you could go up there for free and chant that outside of the stadium with some signs or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just wasted your money. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that right there. That's just stupid. No sir. Okay. Oh, your phone went out. Okay. Your phone went out of service. Got it. I see. Man, let's talk about next thing on the list, which is the amount of first downs we got. 21 first downs given up by our defense. Our number 2 ranked defense, by the way. I'm going to keep saying number 2 ranked defense all night because nobody's buying it, bro. Nobody's buying it. We just got beat by a bunch of amateurs. How are we number 2? When their second string and third string guys are getting 21 first downs using Tom Brady, that's not a number 2 defense. But I digress. We got 16 first downs on our offense, which I mean is it's a little lackluster. But when you look at the difference between how many first downs they got rushing versus us, the picture becomes a bit clearer. They got 8 first downs rushing, we got 4. And need I remind you, 16 total rushing yards from the running backs alone. That's it. That's what contributed to only 4 first downs versus the 8. All right. On the flip side, we're having trouble stopping the run. Sage Henderson missed 2 tackles, 2 big tackles, I might add, that led to big runs. So throw the heat where it belongs there. All right. By penalty, we gained 2 first downs. It just did not seem to matter. All right, so here's the number that's going to really hurt right here. If you look at your screen right here, if you're on YouTube, third down efficiency, 7 for 18. That's 38.9%. Ouch. Anthony, man, if you're still here, man, What you think about that third down percentage? Yo, dude. That's a rough number to look at right there. They were pointing it out at one point during the game. It was 28%. What do you think about the rushing game only being shut down to 16 yards? Not only was he was stopped for negative yards too, a few times. Oof. 4 first downs rushing. That's it. Youch. Yes, there is. I mean, I still like Chuba, man. I still got my faith in Chuba. But those 4 first downs, that's all? Really? That's it? I don't know about that. 391 total yards, which is typical of Tom Brady. 7 for 14 on third down conversions. That's typical of Tom Brady. Right. I'm going to add Ricky in here, man. I think he just requested, so I'm going to add him in. Facebook, yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the 391 is typical of a Tom Brady game. And what's not typical is that that number would be over 400 easily with all of his weapons. Y'all know I'm right about that. Because if you've seen a typical Tom Brady game with the Bucks with all his weapons, it's terrifying. What's good, Ricky? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream, my friend. What you want to talk about?
Man, it's a crazy game today, man.
It absolutely was. And not in a good way.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
Yeah, I think we all are, man. We all are. So, what are your thoughts on the lack of a rushing game today? Oh, okay. He dipped out, but maybe he'll add back in just a second. All right, so our total net yards was 273. And that's with the quarterbacks doing what they did. 0 for 2 on fourth down conversions. Ouch. Not good, man. Not good. Net yards rushing. We had 67 yard total. That's with the quarterback rushes involved. We had 15 total rushing plays called. Yards per play, 4.5. Now that number doesn't add up to me. How do we have a 4.5 yards per rush when we only have like 16 total yards from the running backs? And the only way that could possibly be is because the quarterbacks ran. So, Oh yeah, not a problem, man. Your service is it's a bad service. I get it. Oh yeah, request, man. Request up if you want to join back in at any point. Net yards passing, we got 232 for Tom Brady, but that's mainly because he didn't have the weapons that he usually does. That should easily be around 350 with all of the weapons that he usually has on the field with him. You know, you're talking Leonard Fournette, you're talking Mike Evans. You know, Gronk is usually more involved. So yeah, easily you could see that number going over 350 in passing yards for Tom Brady. Luckily, we only had to do with what we did. And even that was enough to slaughter our secondary. So, I don't know. I really don't know how we're still supposedly ranked second in defense. It makes no sense. These people have never watched a Panther game if they're still ranking us number 2. Not even one. 206 net yards passing. Let's see. We lost 45 yards attempting to pass. That's an interesting stat that I usually don't point out. That's not a good one. Let's see. Passing attempts 45, completions 22, and 1 interception. And if you're just joining in, 16 total rushing yards from our running backs alone, without the quarterbacks. Only 16. That's about the worst number I've ever seen. Unless you're talking defensive numbers when you're dealing with college ball, when Venables shut down Georgia Tech's running game. That's about all I could think of as far as like how low those numbers are. Because you're never going to find numbers that low in the NFL. Let's see. What other numbers do I want to point out? We had 6 penalties and we lost 32 yards off of them. Now, I will say this: the rest were fair today. I saw a couple of missed penalty calls that should have been called, but I'm not going to complain about it. What's up, Emerson L? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. But yeah, I didn't really see anything that I really disagreed with today. I mean, the holding call on I forget who it was, but it was towards the end. That holding call was kind of questionable. It was on Jeremy Chin. That's who it was. Yeah. I was kind of like 50-50 on that. You could argue either way. But that was a weird one for me. But overall, we deserved every penalty we got. Point blank. So did they. It goes both ways. And I'm just sitting there like, okay. We're playing Tom Brady. We have a fair reffing crew. So today, we're probably not going to see that one random rulebook call, on somebody. That's found in like page 5,000 of the rule book, right? Yeah. Thankfully, we didn't see it today. We had a fair reffing crew, so I got to give them credit. They did their job well. They're not going to get away with the stuff that they get away with in Tampa. They're not going to get away with the stuff they get away with in New England today. So, thankfully, that's where we are. No, I did not. But I can add you in. There we go. What's good, man? Finally get you back in here, man. What's up? You hear me okay? Service issues? Yeah, I can't hear you, bro.
Hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
All right.
I like that
My
hat.
mic must be messing up. Appreciate it. You like that hat, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's the Super Bowl
That's
50 hat
Super
right
Bowl
there.
2015.
Yo,
Yeah, Super Bowl hat.
beautiful. All right, man. So what
Yeah,
do you
that
think?
run game was just awful today, man.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that. 16 total yards by the running backs. Wow. Like,
That
I've
was just
never
terrible.
seen that in the
I know,
NFL
man.
before.
I was so frustrated today at that game. I've never either.
Yeah. So we had the two quarterback system today. What do you think about that? Did you think that worked? Would you stick with that in 2022?
I didn't really think it worked too good, man.
Yeah, it's
No,
because
it
we didn't
would
have the
not.
play call, to go along with it. I feel like if we had the play call, then
Yeah.
yeah. I think the reffing was fair today. I didn't have a problem with that. That third down percentage, the 38.9.
I did. Yeah, that would be.
We got to work on that, guys. We got to work on that. We had the ball for 26 minutes. Our red zone efficiency is 0 for 3. 0 for 3. All right, so let me read you the drive chart for us. Field goal, interception, field goal, punt, 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 downs, downs, punt, end of game. Yikes.
Just terrible.
Absolutely terrible.
Ran over us like a pickup truck.
We had 4 opportunities to put 7 on the board, and we never did. 4 opportunities.
Never did.
But we're too busy tripping over the yard lines to get a touchdown. I don't get it. I don't get it. Wide open, and he trips over a yard line. Come on, man.
Yep, wide open. That's what I said too, Corey.
Come on, man. Like, that's even worse than Robbie Anderson dropping all those passes earlier on in the year.
Offensive line, man.
That's even worse than Robbie earlier.
It's so true.
Oh, my God. Like, that line even gave you an opportunity to throw that ball to him. What more do you want? He was handing you a touchdown on a silver platter.
What more can we ask for?
Yeah. Now I grant you that deep go route, man. There's no way we could have completed that. Our quarterbacks just aren't that good.
No.
You know, Matt Stafford could probably make that throw. I could see Cam Newton in his heyday making that throw. Pre-concussion.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Got to fix that whole line.
Mm.
You got to fix the whole line.
Mm. That O-line was responsible for half our 7 sacks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 7 sacks.
Yeah, I agree.
Should have been 8.
Yeah, I agree.
Sam Darnold, I'm just going to sit there and just hold onto the ball too long. Don't mind me. Oh my God, man.
That was a bad idea for him signing Sam Darnold anyway, in my opinion.
I mean, it was a worthwhile trade, I think, to get him. But when you're desperate and you can't get Stafford, then you got to resort to desperate measures.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Right on that.
What we should have done, if we were going to go for Cam Newton, why didn't we sign this man to begin with? He's been sitting on his couch for 3/4 of the year. You're going to pay him $10 million to play 6 games? Like, you could have been paying him $10 million to play for the entire season.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of crazy, too.
You could have been paying him $10 million to play for the entire season and have us in the playoffs. We wouldn't have lost the Giants game. We would not have lost the Falcons game. We would not have lost the Washington game. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. And never mind the 1 pick a game.
I agree.
Never mind that. Y'all want to seriously tell me he's not as good as Sam Darnold? But we're paying him more money than Sam Darnold? Okay. Now my question is that $10 million, was that because of what he's done for us already? Or was that for a health plan? Because he knew he was going to get absolutely killed back there. And he knew he was signing up for.
Yeah, I've had that question myself too, Corey.
This man knew what he was coming back into. And he did it willingly. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. If I was Cam, I would have said, nope, I don't care how much money you give me. That line is not going to protect me in my $1 million butt. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. You might have to get me a new dental plan. You might have to get me a new doctor's You might have to give me the whole 9 yards for $10 million. Shoot. I get the best training staff for myself, personalized training staff for myself. Because you know I'm going to be spending a lot of time in that stretcher. Oh my Lord, man. Can you imagine this dude's health plan right now? It's gotta be beautiful. It's gotta be magical. There's some Americans that wish they had medical plans like that. When you get $10 million to play 6 games behind a broken glass easily flexible line. Oh my goodness.
I was trying to fix something in the middle of the season, man.
Oh, that's a desperation move. They're just trying to appease the fans. Tepper knows what pays the bills. Yep, Tepper knows.
You're right about that. He does.
That's a Tepper move. If I've ever seen one. Cam Newton was a Tepper move.
I feel like that too.
Yep. I'm just really, really frustrated at all the players that did not put forth a full effort today. That are making the ones that actually did put an effort out look like clowns. Like you embarrassed them.
Yeah.
It's like their effort was for nothing.
They embarrassed the heck out of them. Yeah.
I don't. This makes me so aggravated.
It was terrible, man. That frustrated me.
Like if I owned a football team, man, imagine I own the Panthers, man. The first thing I would do is, number one, you either go put forth the effort or you're off my team. I ain't putting up with lazy people.
Yep.
You know where the door is, clean out your locker. Right out of the gate. That's the first thing I'm going to say when I walk in that door. You don't want to play for me? Walk out the door. You want to be lazy? Walk out the door. Choice is yours.
That's one. That's right. That's one of the problems.
Mm-hmm. Second
Got
thing.
too many players on there not paying enough attention.
Right.
Effort in.
Discipline. Discipline yourselves. Second thing I'm going to do is, if you can't tackle on my defense, bye out the door. I don't care if you're making millions of dollars. I don't care if you've been here for 3 years, 5 years. I don't care. If you can't tackle, bye. I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna let every one of them walk. I don't care. You can't tackle. I don't want you.
That's what needs to happen to a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them on defense and offense. That's what needs to happen to a lot of them.
Right.
They need to get rid of them and replace them.
Third thing, if you're a wide receiver and you can't catch, bye. There's 1,000 other wide receivers that can. You know where the door is.
That's right. Many good ones out there ready to play.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Easily replaceable and hungry too. Starving for a spot on a team.
Yep.
Any team. They want your position. They want your money that you're making. All right, so here's the deal, man. We let Jordan Whitehead. Who the heck even is Jordan Whitehead? This dude just ran circles around us today. This is a second string guy.
He did. He really did.
Look, where is he on this depth chart? Watch him be a second stringer. This is gonna make me mad.
And like I told you earlier, Corey, we like a bunch of high schoolers out there playing.
Where is this dude?
Yeah, we look like a bunch of high schoolers out there playing today.
My safety! Do all that to us. A strong safety.
Yep, a safety.
Like, are you kidding me? All right, let me read these numbers off to y'all, man. This is gonna make y'all mad. This is gonna make y'all real mad. Nobody's even seen the numbers that he put up today. All they heard was him talking about them. All right. So 7 combined tackles, 6 open field tackles, 1 assist, 1 interception, and 3 pass deflections. Not just 1 pass deflection like you normally see from a safety. No, 3. That is unacceptable. That is lack of effort. That's exactly what that is.
Very unfair. Yep, very like.
Unacceptable. Y'all know my number 1 pet peeve. That's my number 1 pet peeve, man. I hate lack of effort. Because there's 100 other players that want to be like you and want your spot. Man, don't come in. I don't care if we're in the playoffs or not. Don't come up on my field and act like that. Don't do that. Don't make the ones that I actually been trying to make look foolish. Just don't. It ain't worth it.
That's what makes it even worse. We was at home.
And I would have told him, everybody is battling for their job. Everybody. I don't care if you've been here for 5 years, 7 years. I don't care. Everybody's battling for their job as soon as I walk in that door, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an all out battle every day. You got to represent yourself well on the podium, answer questions to the media. You got to, as long as you are wearing a Panther jersey, you are representing us. Whether it be on the field, off the field, doesn't matter.
That's right.
And anything you do can result in you either getting a contract extension or you walking out that door. One of the two paths is going to happen. You choose which one is going to be. Because you can't have both. That's not how it works. That's the mentality we need to have in Carolina. I'm done with the mentality. I'm done with the nonsense. If we want to get serious about winning, we have got to change our attitudes. And it starts right there. How much do you want this? How much do you want your job? How much do you want to stick around in 2022? Choice is yours.
That's right.
A 30-y'all ain't gonna make it to next year. You choose which one is it gonna be. Is it gonna be you? Is it gonna be somebody else? Who's it gonna be? Alright, so the other one that really hurt us was Edwards. He had 4 tackles, 7 combined. Minter had a tackle for a loss and a quarterback hit. Then you go down. We had as a total 11 quarterback hits today. Yikes.
We didn't even get a Brady not one time.
Yikes. Even with their line having all kinds of penalty problems, which I pointed out last week. I've been noticing it, man. I've been watching them. Penalty problems galore. And we didn't even take advantage of that even once. Shame on us. 7 sacks given up. 8 pass deflections. 1 forced fumble. And an interception. Now, granted, this has been 1 interception every game. From Cam Newton. And I don't really know what that's from. I don't know whether that's forced passes, whether that's the aftermath of the concussion, because that does happen. His decision making isn't the greatest, since then. And, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying what it is. That is what it is. That's what we signed. That's not an excuse, Cam lovers. You can't use that one. Y'all can't use that one. This man was holding on to the ball at least 4 of those sacks, man. Actually, 2 of them. Sam Darnold was the other 2, but still.
I know 2.
On those 2 sacks that he took, y'all can't use that as an excuse. Don't even go there. It doesn't work. Alright, so on the interceptions you can, but not on the sacks, no. The ones that were on the offensive line were on the offensive line. The ones that were on Cam were on Cam. The ones that were on Sam Darnold are on Sam Darnold. Split them up. Okay? Compartmentalize, folks. Look, we can't 100% blame anything on this franchise because it's a whole percentage pie of blame to go around. It really is. And the fans are in it too. Because we got high expectations when we shouldn't. So don't forget that. And I know the fans don't want to hear that. I don't care. I really don't. Because y'all need to hear it. We've been living on that 14 and 15 days for way too long. And y'all need to come back down from Cloud 9. That was 7 years ago. Alright, wake up. We might be staying loyal for life, but we ain't in Cloud 9 no more. Alright, so Anthony says I still like Dante Jackson. I agree. I'm with you. Dante Jackson's legit. He's on the IR right now, I believe. Yeah, man, sure. Ricky says, sorry, my internet went low again. It went bad again. I'm just trying to stay on the chat. Try again another day when the service gets better. That's fine, man. Not a problem, dude. Pleasure having you in, man. Keep pounding, brother. You can hang out and chat with me in here, man. It's cool. So let's talk about this defense that's supposedly number 2 in the nation. Now I'm gonna keep saying this because nobody buys it, bro. Nobody buys it. Nobody. I guarantee you, you go around and you ask these sports analysts, these supposed sports analysts, tell them that we're number 2, they will laugh at you. If they've been watching any sort of Panthers games whatsoever, they will laugh at you. Because there ain't no reason why. I don't know how. After. Let me see this schedule one more time. Hold up. Okay, so basically our defense has been really not on the top 10 level since the Cardinals game, you know? We've had rushing issues, we've had coverage issues since then. You know, and it started with the Washington game. How are we a top 2 defense when we give up 27 points to the Washington football team, the Washington screw-off team, basically? We give up 33 points to the Miami Dolphins. We gave up 29 points to the Atlanta Falcons. Yes, the trash can Falcons. 31 points to the Bills. And 32 points to Tom Brady with a bunch of amateurs. How is this a number 2 defense? Please tell me. I don't understand. And they beat us without even having Fournette in. And Gronk barely got any catches. How? How is this the number 2 defense? I don't get it. Somehow, after 4 weeks of this, we are still somehow ranked number 2. I don't know. We literally have only one Pro Bowler. One Pro Bowler. Shouldn't the number 2 defense in the whole NFL have more than one Pro Bowler? Yes. Come on. And Reddick got shafted. Reddick got absolutely shafted. This dude deserves a Pro Bowl. This dude deserves it. He has put in the work. He has earned it. Man. There's some people that would argue Shaq, some people that wouldn't. You know, I'm 50-50 on that train. He didn't really do enough for me. But Jeremy Chin? Absolutely. Jeremy Chin should be in the Pro Bowl. Without a question of a doubt, this man should be in the Pro Bowl. And he missed it? Really? For the second year in a row? This man's not a Pro Bowler? Excuse me? So you mean to tell me we got a number 2 defense in the country, but only one Pro Bowler? This is some clown nonsense right here. This is some Barnum and Bailey nonsense. The only way we're number 2 in defense, if you want to count that, is by stats. I don't get it. 27 points given up to Washington, 33 points given up to Miami, 29 points given up to the Trash Can Falcons without Ridley, by the way, 31 points given up by Buffalo, and 32 points given up by Tom Brady, and Gronk only got like 2 catches. That's it. I mean, yeah, you count Antonio Brown, sure. But the rest of it? Come on, man. Number 2 defense. And we gave up those big runs too? How after 5 weeks? This just amazes me. This just amazes me, bro. I don't understand it. One Pro Bowler. And yet we're number 2 in the whole NFL. A number 2 defense in the NFL should have at least like 4 Pro Bowlers. Bare minimum. I'd say 3 to 4. Some might argue 5 or 6. But yeah. If anybody deserves it, it's Hassan Reddick on this defense. If anybody truly deserves it, it is Reddick. But this man got shafted, so okay. Back to the drawing board. We gotta have at least one player representing the Panthers, right? Yeah, y'all gotta have at least one player representing every team. Gotta have at least one player from Jacksonville. Gotta have at least one player from the Jets. You gotta represent everybody, right? They know we're garbage. Okay? They know we're garbage. The voters know we're garbage. That's why Brian Burns was the only one that made it. Only because, he's Spider Burns. And I'm not saying that he didn't earn it, but that's realistically that's the only name that they can really say off of our team that has really made an impact in their minds. in the voters' minds. Now, me, someone that is actually a YouTuber for the Panthers, I can name at least 5 players that have made an impact for us. Just right off the bat. Jeremy Chin, Brian Burns, Hashan Reddick. You got DJ Moore, who has been balling out this year. And personally, my pick, as far as who I think might deserve a shot, maybe Shaq. You could argue Shaq. I can name 5 players that deserve a Pro Bowl honor off this team right now. 5. And yet we only get 1. The Pro Bowl voting is a popularity contest. It's exactly what it is. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is, folks. But still, we only get 1 player to go. Reddick deserves it. Reddick deserves it. Reddick got cheated, man. Reddick got cheated. That's a sad day in Carolina when Reddick gets cheated, man. Putting all that effort in and not getting rewarded for it. You getting rewarded for it here, man. You getting rewarded for it here. Reddick, man, hats off to you. My respect to you. You balled out when you saw everybody else get lazy around you. You and Chin both. You both balled out. I'm proud of y'all. That takes discipline right there. You want to know who I think should be the new leader of this team? Hashan Reddick. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to straight up say it. Reddick should be the next captain of the defense. He should be. He has earned it. This man has balled out. He has shown leadership skills. He is a good locker room influence. He has spoken up. He's checked almost every box that you could ask for. Give this man captain status next year. I'm telling you. Re-sign him and give him captain status. That's how you thank him for the work he's put in 21. You don't thank him by tossing him to the side and throwing him out like garbage, which our management is likely to do just because of cap space, like we've done with everybody else. That's what you want to do? That's what you want to do? That's how you thank this man? That just put 110% of his efforts into this team and showed y'all that, we could be competitive with the work that you have put in? Oh my God. Oh my God. See, that's that roller coaster mentality, man. I'm telling you. That's that roller coaster mentality. That's a lack of loyalty right there. Don't do this, Matt. Don't toss this man. I'm telling you, he will come back and he will bite you with another team. And he will bite hard. This is how you treat your snub Pro Bowler? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Don't do it. Resign him. I don't care if this man has to take a pay cut. I don't care. In my mind. Alright. So we got Shaq with 8 total tackles. 1 tackle for a loss, making his impact. But man, let's show some love to Hartsfield, man. Hartsfield going 1-on-1 with Gronk and winning that battle. Dude, there are very few players that can say they went 1-on-1 with Gronk and won. On pass deflection, man. Very few. I love it. I love it, man. That's what's up. I straight up want to give this dude a hug, man. For real. Because I cannot stand Gronk. Y'all know I can't stand Gronk. That egotistical, arrogant man. Dude. Anytime you go 1-on-1 with Gronk and you beat him, you got my ultimate respect. You got my ultimate respect, man. I told you, man. I like Hartsfield. I've been telling y'all. I've been telling y'all about this dude. Yo. 5 total tackles. And that 1 pass deflection. That 1 massive pass deflection. Who knows if he could have done that in open field, man. With more room guarding Gronk. I don't know. I don't know if he could. But he had him trapped in the end zone. In the corner. And that is where you had the advantage, Hartsfield. You knew you had the advantage, and you took advantage of it. That is how you play defense right there. That's recognizing the opponent's limits and taking advantage of them. That's how you play defense. Nicely done. I love it. Y'all learn from this dude, man. Y'all learn from this guy. For real. Take some notes. That's how the heck it's done. And he made his tackles too. Second most tackles today. With 5 combined. He's tied up with about 3 different players, but still. When you can use your size and field advantage to take advantage of an opponent's weakness. And that may be the only weakness Gronk has is the amount of field that he had, to work with on that catch. If you can trap him towards the sides, you got him, typically, if you got the ability to pass deflect on him. But most of the time, you're going to need help. Because you're not going to be big enough, you're not going to be physical enough to battle in 1-on-1, and get up there and knock that ball down. That's why I say there's very few that could do it. But you had him trapped at the right place at the right time. That's how it's done. Next person I want to point out right now. Frankie Louvu. Come on down. You getting some praise too right now. Come on down, Louvu. 5 total tackles today. Yeah, you got 4 assists. But I like that tackle for a loss you had, though. I like it. That tackle for a loss was money, baby. Get this man some love right now. I love me some Frankie Louvu. This dude deserves all the snaps right now. He deserves some time, man. I do not ever want to see this man cut from the Carolina Panthers next year. Ever. Keep him here. Pay him whatever he asked for. This man is making plays on special teams. He's making plays for tackle for loss. He's making plays on the ball. He's getting pass deflections. Come on. Give Luvu some love. My God. You want to talk about the best special teams player, it deserves some honors this year. It's got to be Luvu. For me, for my money, it's got to be Luvu. And it's not even close. I could watch other teams, special teams players, but Luvu just stands out in every way possible. And for that, you got respect. All right, we'll come back to Gilmore. I've got a few words for Gilmore, and they aren't positive at the moment. So we'll stick to the positive stuff for now. Keith Taylor made the 3 tackles. I'm happy with that. He also missed a couple as well, but you're not going to get every tackle. But the problem is, when Keith Taylor misses tackles, they turn into big runs. Same with C.J. Henderson here. 3 total tackles, 2 solo, 1 pass deflection, and I give him credit for the pass deflection. I give him credit for the coverages that he did well on. Plays where he played tight coverage and handled his business, So respect to him on that. But those runs, though. And when the Fox announcers say that Frankie Lou, C.J. Henderson was the reason that those big runs occurred. Both of them. Ooh. They straight up called you out, dog. They straight up threw you into the fire. You think it's bad when I call you out? You ain't seen nothing yet. When the national announcers call you out, you should feel embarrassed. You should straight up feel embarrassed. Because that was your responsibility. Both times. And you failed both times. So I don't want to hear the excuses from CJ. Be better. Because I know you got more in you. And you just proved it with your pass coverage today. Be better. Alright. So, and again, I'm not taking away from what he did coverage-wise. I'm just saying, be better. Alright. Gilmore. We're getting back to Gilmore now, since we're in the corner realm right now. Gilmore got burnt on several plays today. He got burnt on several plays. I ain't just talking about 2 or 3. I'm talking about like 5 or 6. This man got burnt on. He got burnt crispy. I don't know what coverage we were playing on those, but it was awful. He was allowing short passes left and right today. He missed a few tackles that were major tackle opportunities to stop big runs. And frankly, that's the stuff that doesn't show up in the stat sheets. You got 3 total tackles, open field tackles, short. You made those open field tackles on those plays. I'm not taking I'm not taking away from that. What I am taking away from it is that there were a lot more negative plays than positive. And I need to see more out of you, Gilmore. I know you got more. I know you got more than that, bro. I've seen it. You've shown me that you can do better than this. That's lazy coverage, bro. No. No. You can do better. You're hurting our defense right now. All right. Now, back to the positives. Gross Matos. 2 tackles for a loss today, 1 pass deflection, 3 total tackles. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's give this man his props. Gross Matos. Good day for him. I'm very pleased. I've been telling y'all I see a lot of potential in this dude. And now you just saw it today. You just saw a good chunk of it today. 2 tackles for a loss, 1 pass deflection. And he makes tackles, open field tackles. That's probably one of the best days I've ever seen him have. You know, granted, he hasn't been in as much as I would like to see him in. But for the time that he's been in, he's been putting in the work. He's been balling out. So, give him his love. And that's one of the honorable mentions, for me. That didn't make the Pro Bowl. That should still get the love that he deserves. And the praise that he deserves. Bravion Roy. 3 total tackles today, 1 tackle for a loss. Real happy with Bravion Roy. He stepped up in a big way when it was necessary. He's been blocked out of a lot of these running plays, though, when he's had to come over and try to seal up the gap. He's been blocked out of it. So, I don't blame him for those. On the draw plays, yes. Because you got to be able to get off your blocks during the draw plays and make the tackle. But outside runs, that's not really your territory. That's more the linebackers, the corners, and the defensive ends that have to really pick up the slack on the outside. So most of the time the defensive tackles get blocked, one direction or the other on those. So I'm not going to blame him for that at all. He got the job done. What was required of him, he got the job done with a tackle for a loss. I'm proud of him. He doesn't make a lot of noise, but he quietly gets his big plays. So Hashan Reddick. Come on down, man. You getting some love too. Three combined tackles, man. 1 tackle, 1 quarterback hit. That's my dude right here. This dude got robbed. He got robbed straight up. This man should have had a Pro Bowl vote. He got robbed. I'm unhappy about that. But you know what? It's a popularity contest, end of the day. What can you do? But yeah, that quarterback hit was big. It was big, man. Haynes. Okay. 3 total tackles, all 3 of them assists. And not that exciting. Spider Burns, 3 total tackles, 3 of them assists. Robinson, which Apparently, it was a tight end. Made a couple of tackles. I don't know. Oh, Kenny Robinson. Never mind. Yeah, the safety, right? Jermaine Carter, 2 total tackles. Nothing too exciting there. One of them on special teams. And Morgan Fox. Finally, we get to him. 1 tackle for a loss. And 2 total tackles. So that's pretty much the excitement that goes on with the Panthers defense today. You know, some of these guys get their love, man. They deserved it. But the rest of them, man. And you know who you are. If you didn't show up today, you know who you are. Mm-mm. 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 Now, I'm willing to give a little leeway to the secondary because Tom Brady has been known to shred our secondary. And, you know, today was no different. Let's be honest. Today was no different. But in the first half alone, you're talking 12 for 18, Tom Brady, 156 yards and a touchdown. You know, for Tom Brady type numbers, nothing special there. But when you look at his final numbers, 18 for 30, 232 yards and a touchdown, you see that those results kind of go a little southward compared to what Tom Brady usually does. It's because he doesn't have his weapons. That's why. He doesn't have Mike Evans, you know, he doesn't have Leonard Fournette. So he is where he is. Okay. So when we talk about the sack count against our quarterbacks, Golston had 2.5 sacks on us. Who even is this guy? I didn't even see his name in the depth chart the last time we were looking. Who is this guy? Okay, it's a defensive lineman. Got it. Okay. Apparently a pass rusher. 6'6", 281. Doesn't even have that much of success this year. 17 solo tackles, 4.5 sacks. Ooh, excuse me. You know, but nothing to write home about this year. So how do we let somebody like that get 2.5 sacks on us? It's because of the line. This guy has 9 years in the league, putting up those types of numbers, and we let him get half of the sacks that he has had all year on us. That's just sad. That is just sad. This team's got to pull it together, man. Some way, shape, or form, we got to pull this 3-ring circus together and find a way back to reality. Some bad stuff right here. All right. Next thing I want to talk about is the fact that we are ranked 28th in turnovers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. -6. Ranked 28th in the league in turnovers. Golly. That's just, I don't even know what to say about that right there. And I'm going to get to another stat in just a second that's even worse. Y'all ain't ready for this one. If you were watching the game today, you saw both of these stats. And if you were paying attention and you weren't getting snacks during that time, when they put those stats up, this will boggle your mind. We are ranked 30th. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 30th in third quarter scoring. 30th out of 32 teams. What have I been harping on like all year? The fact that we have been putting up goose eggs during the third quarter. This is what we get. This is the result we get when we don't fix the problem. This is the result. You can fire this coach or that coach or cut this player or hire this player. It don't matter. If you don't have an offensive system or an identity or a line to protect your quarterback, no matter who the quarterback may be, and we can make even the most average quarterback look like Tom Brady within a few weeks with a proper line. You know, it won't matter. It won't matter unless you fix the main problem, which is the offensive line. So round we go. Round and round we go, folks. 30th in third quarter scoring. That one breaks my heart right there. I told y'all you weren't ready for that one. That might trigger some people right there. It just might. Alright. So who do we have on our offensive line today? We have Brady Christensen. We have Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was responsible for one of those sacks. This man turned into a revolving door on one of those plays, man. It was disgusting to watch. It really was. Sam Tacklenberg was in. He got pushed back so far that he stepped on Sam Darnold's toe. Lack of strength, lack of discipline, lack of coaching from the offensive line coach. Moving on, we got John Miller. And John Miller did all right. It was a pedestrian game for him. Taylor Moton did good. But overall, not impressed. Alright, so we decided to put Hartsfield as a nickelback corner. As a nickel corner. Yeah, that went well. I'd say that experiment went well. He did well. I was happy with it. I think we have found our nickel corner for sure. I like to see him stay in. I like to see him get more snaps. He's won me over. And here's my question: why was C.J. Henderson put in instead of A.J. Boye? Why was this man put in? Let's check that depth chart. Okay, A.J. Boye is hurt. That's why. Okay. All right. I would have rather seen. Well, no, actually. Yeah, I think I'd rather see Keith Taylor in. But hindsight's 2020 though. You know. Uh I really do feel like that. I'm honestly very happy with the right outside linebacker spot right now. We've got Reddick and Wuvu over there, man. We're solid over there. We've got Carter as middle linebacker. I'm happy with that. You know, we put Shaq on the left outside. I think that's where he really is going to be the best fit for him. I'm happy with that. Um, Again, still not happy with the fact that Sean Chandler is still here. We could do better than that. But you know, hindsight's 2020 on Keith Taylor though versus CJ at right outside corner. Because we didn't expect him to actually miss those tackles on the big runs, unless he's been doing it before this and we just didn't catch him missing those tackles. Because I feel like it's been somebody else each time. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like it was somebody else each time that was happening. And somebody different. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I'm very, very happy to see Gross Matos get his start today. That makes me very happy. You know, this dude has earned it. He has played really, really well. And I feel like Morgan Fox has been pretty good, you know, too. So it's a pretty good battle between those two for starting job. And that's what we want. You know, that's a healthy starting battle right there. When you see that, you're going, okay, cool. You know? That's a little bit of light, you know, in the darkness of this loss here. Because we learned that right there. These guys are battling, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch to see, you know, who really overtakes who in that battle. But it could go a number of ways, honestly. Um, so Yeah, man. Zero Chill says I'm Panthers for life. Exactly, man. We're gonna keep pounding on the front line together, brothers. Love the podcast. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Blessing to have you in here, man. Absolutely. Um that being said, I don't really want to mess around with the press conferences. There's no point. We could take a look at what the other teams are doing right now. We could spend about, what, 10, 15 minutes on that real quick. And then do a mock draft to finish up. Is how I'd like to do this stream. Alright, so week 16. What do we got? We've got Chicago beating the Seattle Seahawks. Whoa. What is this score? 25-24. Okay, what does that do? That's an interesting one right there. I did not see that coming. I would be straight up honest with you. That was a shocker to me. And that puts Seattle on the bottom of the division at 6-11. All right, let's continue. We got KC over Pittsburgh, 36-10. Expected right there, Pittsburgh doesn't. They don't have enough in the tank to battle KC. Come on. Come on. Be real, folks. You're not going to come into KC expecting to win if you're Pittsburgh. There's just no way. Yeah, they got lucky and they won a few games, recently and got them put back in the hunt. But it won't be enough. Las Vegas Raiders over Denver. As expected, I think the Raiders have a little bit more firepower than Denver does. So, yes. I actually did pick the Raiders on that one. So, we've got Dallas blowing out Washington right now at halftime, 35-7. I mean, you never know. Washington might make a small comeback, but it won't be enough, I don't think. As of right now, Dallas is looking strong on offense, and while their defense isn't the strongest in the world out there right now, and their secondary has been really questionable this year. We even took advantage of it to a degree in week 3. But now they're starting to tighten up that defense a good chunk now. So what you're seeing is this 35-7 score as a result, which doesn't surprise me. Matter of fact, that's a 4th and 2. Let's see what's going on there. It's right before halftime. Cowboys are 4th and 2. Alright, so I'm guessing they punted. Let's see, play by play, right? 4th down and 2. Ball on Washington 40. Okay. Cowboys have 1 timeout left before half, right at the moment. Washington has 3. 24 seconds left. And I think that's Cowboys ball right now. Okay, they went for it. Fourth and 2? Gotcha. Okay, I'm only looking at the play-by-play here, the game cast, so I can't, you know. I had to kind of guess on that one. Did they make it or no? I'm guessing they didn't. Okay, so let's talk other games right now. Tennessee beats San Francisco. That's an interesting one. Tennessee beats San Francisco. I called that one actually. So the Titans are on track for a 12-5 record to control the South Division. So that won't be long before that happens. Okay. Ooh. So apparently they went for it and they got a 15-yard penalty for roughing. Washington got called for it, huh? Ooh. That's bad right there. That's real bad. Wow. Cowboys just scored. Oof. Amari Cooper. I mean, at this point, how are you going to guard everybody that the Cowboys have? There's just no way. They've got way too many weapons, dude. And Washington's even figuring that out now. Even with their decently good defense, that's been shutting some people down. But even they're having a rough time right now. So that's wild, dude. That Washington defense was no joke when they played us, but that Cowboys offense is much, much stronger. I think the Cowboys could go on a run here. If they face Green Bay in Lambeau, it's going to be a heck of a battle in the playoffs. I could definitely see that. So they may be the ones to end the Packers' run this year. It's possible. Of course, you still got the Rams lurking. You've also got a couple other teams lurking. I think Arizona's run might end as well. I think if the Saints get in, they may be able to get a win. That depends. If you're playing in Minnesota, that could be a different matter. If you're playing in New Orleans, I don't know, man. That's a 50-50 toss-up if that's in New Orleans. But if that's in Minnesota, you're going to have a rough game. I don't know. So let's see what else. Green Bay beats Cleveland. I saw the end of that game. That was impressive. That was exactly the score I expected was going to happen. Cleveland fights back, but it's just not enough. Not in Lambeau. Not in December. Green Bay's just got full command in December, especially in their own stadium. Atlanta beats Detroit. Not a surprise there. Cincinnati blows out Baltimore. And I'll get back to that Colts game in a minute. But I want to talk about this Cincinnati blowout over Baltimore. Wow. That came as a kind of a surprise to me. And that's that any given Sunday mentality right there. So we're going to go ahead and switch that over to Cincinnati since they got that win. That puts them at 8-9 projections wise. Actually is Cleveland, and the Cincinnati Bengals are 9-8, second place projections wise. This is kind of a wild year, man. A lot of weird stuff is going on. But Buffalo beats New England. I saw that earlier on. And I kind of want to cover that. 33-21. That means Buffalo takes complete control of the division with a 12-win record at the end of the projections. Wow. 6-0 division-wise. That is crazy. Now, to the Colts and Arizona game. Colts beat Arizona. Arizona doesn't have all their weapons. They don't have all their people in, so expectedly, the Colts feel like they could beat a team like that. You know, you're catching the cards at a bad moment, you know what I mean? So, Colts have been playing well. They've been on a hot streak, so I can see that being a win for the Colts, for sure. For absolute sure. And I actually projected that one too. I did predict that. They are on a fast track for the 5th seed at 12-5, second place. So if they can keep going, they've got a shot, man. I think they do. Did I pick Atlanta? Okay, yeah, I did. All right, cool. Moving on. Houston 41-29 over the Chargers. Now, this is one I didn't expect either. But again, any given Sunday. That is going to really make things interesting for the Chargers. They just dropped down to 6th seed in projections with that loss. You have the Colts at 12-5. You've got the Patriots at 10-7. So that makes things a little more crispy over there in that AFC wildcard race. So we'll continue to monitor that and see what happens. Rams over the Vikings 30-23. I saw that one coming. Rams have a lot of firepower. That was kind of their low point in the year, was against Minnesota. And I kept saying it all year, man. The Vikings are a trap game. I said it in week 5. I said it in week 3 even. Vikings are a trap game. The Rams almost fell into that trap. It was very close. So what happens if the Vikings were to win that game? Vikings would have been 11-6 finishing out the year if they had won that game. Rams would have been 13-4, making it a 2-game race. With the Rams being the tiebreaker over the Cards for that Western Division. But still, Rams have full control, so the Vikings are now sitting in 6th seed. Okay. Jets beat Jacksonville. That doesn't really make any difference to us. It does for the draft order. And we'll take a look at where we landed after all of this is said and done this week, once we start our mock. Because I do want to do a mock tonight. I want to go from 10:15 till midnight on the mock, Eastern Standard Time. So we'll get started with that in about 8 minutes. If you guys are here for that, then stick around. If you're watching this on VOD, just skip ahead if that's what you want to do. If you're more interested in that. In the meantime, let's stick with this for the next 8 minutes. So we got Philadelphia beating the Giants. Expected. You know, as I said, I don't think the Eagles allow the Giants to sneak up on them this time. I think those two have already played each other, right? Pretty sure. Let me just double check. They should have, yes. Giants beat the Eagles the first time, 13-7. So yeah, they're not going to let them sneak up on them twice. There's no way. The Eagles were ready this time. And the Eagles beat them by a big margin this time. They said, no. We're not letting you get away with that this time. Y'all got lucky. Y'all got lucky, man. Y'all got super lucky. It's not happening twice. Alright, so we covered this Chicago game. We covered that one. I think we got them all right. Miami and New Orleans, right, is the last one? I think so. Yep. Okay, so Saints and Dolphins. This is going to be in the Saints Dome. What's the projections on this? Saints by 62%. Alright. For me, it would be a 50-50 game. I think it's going to come down to the wire. That being said, let's take a look at the injuries. We've got a couple of guards, a linebacker, a wide receiver, and a tight end out for the Dolphins. As for the Saints, you're looking at Dante Harris, the wide receiver, and Quan Alexander is out for the Saints. So those are big ones. Okay. Taquan Smith is questionable, so he'll probably play. I don't know about this game. Tua's been throwing some darts, man. That's my thing about that game. If he continues to throw darts, he'll be alright. That Saints secondary is questionable. It really is. Even though the Saints secondary is questionable, their offense is certainly not. And their offense is what's been keeping them in this thing. Plus their run-stopping defense. So, that's why they're sitting at 7-7. Now the Dolphins, as of right now, they're kind of a flip-flop team. But as you can see, they're on a huge winning streak right now. And it started with the Texans. They beat them 17-9. They beat the Ravens 22-10. They beat the Jets, obviously. They beat us by a comfortable margin. They beat the Giants. So they didn't let the Giants sneak up on them. They beat the Jets again. And we got the Saints and Titans coming up for them. Saints, Titans, and Patriots coming up for them. This Dolphins team could win that Saints game. It's possible. I'm not throwing it out the window. Ricky says, I think Washington got people out on COVID. Yeah, I think so. I don't know what's going on with that. So, I'm not going to really focus on that at the moment. But, obviously, this Dolphins team plays the Titans. I think that's a winnable game as well. And at this point, you feel like the Dolphins could take on any one of these three teams and actually battle it out. And possibly win all three. Making them 10. 10 wins. So, yeah, I've got them winning over the Saints. So again, let's take a look at the projections for week 17. Saints will beat us, obviously. I think Washington sneaks up on the Eagles. Although the Eagles may be wary now. They saw through the Giants' upset trap, so they started saying, whoa, wait a minute. We got to start taking these division opponents seriously now. Especially these two. So, I think they're weary of that defense of Washington's, but you never know what kind of a performance the Eagles are going to put out there. It's always a 50-50 with the Eagles. What you're going to see this year. Cowboys beat the Cards for sure. I've got Seattle winning at home against the Lions. I've got Green Bay winning over the Vikings. Bills over the Falcons. Bucks over the Jets. San Francisco over the Texans. Rams and Baltimore. I think Rams win that game. Put some heat on Baltimore, of course, for that division lead. Browns and Steelers. I think Browns. They've been winning well on the road lately. So I think, yeah, Cleveland, for sure. They just took that L. I think that's going to motivate them. And it's going to piss them off. Chargers over the Broncos. Dolphins and Titans. I've got the Titans on that one. New England over Jacksonville. Colts over the Raiders at home in Indianapolis. Indianapolis is one place you don't really want to play right now. Especially the way Indy is playing people. It's tough, man. It's tough. Chiefs over the Bengals. That's your week 17 projections. Week 18. Obviously, you got the Bucks over us. You got the Cowboys over the Eagles. Saints over the Falcons. This is the one game I think the Giants will sneak up on Washington. However, if Washington wins, that is motivation for them to try to make the playoffs. So Washington will make the playoffs at this point by beating the Giants. Green Bay will beat the Lions. Vikings will beat the Bears. Seattle will beat Arizona. Rams will beat the 49ers. And that's your NFC side. Other side, we're looking at the Bills over the Jets. We're looking at the Browns going head-to-head with the Bengals in Cleveland. Now, this is a 50-50 game right here because of how tough the Bengals have been playing lately. But I think, the Bengals probably look like they're flying high after last week. They take that L to the Chiefs, so they think, well, we're not really in it anymore, right? So, they take that L to Cleveland, and that puts Cleveland in second place. Pats over the Dolphins, for sure. Colts over the Jags. Baltimore over Pittsburgh. Although Pittsburgh may make a late run right there. So if Pittsburgh wins over Baltimore, that puts the Browns in the division lead. I don't think they want that to happen. They could ruin the Baltimore playoff chances. What if Cleveland actually wins the division in the North? Ladies and gentlemen, what if that actually happens? When is the last time Cleveland actually won a division? That's actually got me curious. When is the last time Browns won their division? There it is. Wow. The last time they won a division was 1989. That's crazy, dude. 1989. Here we are in 2021. It's been ages. Cleveland fans are starting to get hyped, man. I'm telling you. I'm rooting for them. You know what? I'm rooting for Pittsburgh in that game against Baltimore. I want it to happen. I want it to happen, man. These guys deserve it. Dude, that's crazy. If Cleveland beats the Bengals and the Steelers lose, I mean, the Steelers beat the Ravens, that's the division. How about that one? Huh. This is a really interesting year. I just want to say that. And I think with all the craziness going on, you never know. I don't know, man. That could be real interesting. Okay, so Tennessee over Houston, KC over the Broncos, Chargers beat the Raiders in Las Vegas, and there you go. I really kind of want to play this off. Predictions wise, as Pittsburgh beating the Ravens and Cleveland winning. If the Ravens win as well, then the Ravens win the division and the Browns are out. So, Cleveland fans, it's time to do the impossible. During week 18, it's time to root for the Steelers. Oh, Cleveland fans. Y'all are gonna hate doing that. That is gonna swallow some pride right there. Y'all gonna have to swallow some pride on that one. Because I know those two teams hate each other. That rivalry goes back long ways. Hey, Vietnam says, my heart pumps black and blue. Talk mad stuff, but I'm a diehard Panthers fan no matter what our record. True, dude. True. What if Cleveland wins the division, though? Bro. Since 1989. That's the last time they won a division. Like, outright won a division. That is wild. I would love to see it happen. I'm here for it. I'm here for it, man. I'm going to become a Steelers fan just for that day. I'm going to root for the Steelers just for that day, man. Just for that nonsense right there. All right, week 17, we got Cleveland over Pittsburgh. Yep. I think Cleveland wins. I think Cleveland wins that. Rams beat the Ravens? Yeah. This could happen, folks. Dude, this is possible. This is actually possible. Wow. And the Bengals just made it possible. So you guys have Cincinnati to thank for opening the door for you. That's crazy, dude. Love to see it. All right. It is draft time. Let's do this, folks. You ready? We are, ladies and gentlemen, we are number 7. Because the Giants won. Lost their game. So we got a number 5 and a number 6 spot in front of us. We still got the Jets. We still got the Texans ahead of them. Now, I don't think that number 4 pick is going anywhere. But the Giants, that could go somewhere. I could see the Giants surprising somebody in Week 18. I could see it. Okay. Vietnam asks, do y'all think that Rule will be fired in the morning? No. Straight up, if they were gonna fire him, they would have fired him after the Falcons game. But they didn't. Simply put, they could have fired him a long time ago. But they didn't. So that tells me either they're waiting till the end of the season or they're looking to give him a shot next year and see if he can correct his wounds, his wrongs that he has done to this team, and give him one last shot. That's what that's telling me. Like, honestly, if I was Tapper mad, I would have fired him out of the Falcons game. If I was going to fire him. I don't know, maybe he bought him a lobster dinner or something. And just said, please, please, please give me another chance. Please, please. And just beg for his job. I mean, we don't know. But for some reason, he hasn't been fired yet. Honestly, actually, if you're looking for a top 5 draft pick, let him roll. Let him ruin the rest of the season, actually. And then fire him if you're going to. Because with Matt Rule in, we are self-destructing this year, so we might as well self-destruct our way into the top 5 with Matt Rule on board. Let him ride the train out. You know? He can take this horrendous offensive line with him if he does go. He can take all of these assistant coaches that, you know, he's been lovey-dovey with all year. Take them with you. Leave Phil Snow here, but take the rest. And Scott Fitterer. We want Scott Fitterer. But the rest of them, take them with you. Yeah, man. I'm not tripping about us losing this game either. I fully expected it. I called this a long time ago. Let's be real. I told y'all we're not beating the Bucks. I had some people in the chat thinking that we had a shot against the Bucks, and I was just like, y'all are delusional. Y'all are straight up delusional. Look, we're dealing with Tom Brady here. Okay? And Gronk. As long as those two are still in Tampa Bay, there's no shot. Regardless of whether they're playing second stringers, third stringers, doesn't matter. They'll still annihilate us. You know? Their defensive line alone held us to 16 total rushing yards today from the running backs. We're not even talking about the quarterbacks. We're just talking about the running backs. 16 total yards. So, and that's not even Tom Brady beating us. That's the Tampa Bay Bucks D-line beating us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just 7 sacks today. 4 of them were on the quarterbacks. The other 3 were on the offensive line. You know, it's just, there's no way. There's no way. We're beating ourselves, and they're beating us too. So, I'm not tripping over it either. I already called this one as an L. Both of these games. I said this one might be possible if we were on track for 10 wins. But, I mean, it was a very slim might. Okay. Yeah, we were outclassed in every phase of the game. Oh, by the way, that was our former running back that was in on the punt returns too. Did you notice that? Kenjon Barner? A lot of people missed that. I caught that name and I said, oh boy. Even this man has found a spot on another team's roster somewhere, man. Like, this is just ridiculous. Riddle me this, folks. If Kenjon Barner is that terrible of a running back, then what is this man doing in the special teams of a Tampa Bay Bucks former Super Bowl team? Yeah. What is this dude doing in special teams if he's that bad of a running back or a return man? Okay. I saw those comments in the fan base too, and I was just like, really? All over social media. I liked him too. I thought he deserved a shot here. You know, for those of you that don't know, man, I do play some older Madden games, and particularly 15. I've been meddling with 11 recently, just for fun, you know, just to see if I could do anything with it. You know, see if I could have the same luck with trading and all that stuff with it, with their system. And in particular, Madden 15, I always have Kenjon Barner as my backup running back behind Jonathan Stewart. And there's a reason for it, you know, because I run a version of the West Coast offense. So I like having a power back. And I like having somebody like Kenjon Barner that can give you that extra burst of speed when you need it, you know, to get through the line on those like second and short, third and short situations. You know, and he's got that speed. He just doesn't have that power that Jonathan Stewart had back in 15. So that's why I had Stewart starting and I had Kenjon Barner as my number 2. And then if I needed a third running back, I could always draft one, you know, as a power back. But, you know, my main goal is to use a power back. So, and I'm not going to lie, man, I'm starting to become more and more sold on a power back coming to Carolina in the next couple of years. Yeah. I heard him talking about it on another stream, and I said, okay, well, this is interesting. You know, you guys are selling me on this. I was like, okay. Okay. You know, they had some solid points. They had some solid points. They kept Polaris instead of Kenjon back then. Yeah. Yeah, that was who they kept. Thank you. I was trying to remember the name. I did not agree with that decision at all. I mean, I wasn't really grumpy about it because we had a pretty good depth chart, you know, but, you know, I wasn't complaining, but it didn't sit right with me. You know, It just didn't sit right. Some of those decisions, dude. Man, while I got you in chat, Vietnam, who do you want to talk about, man, from today's game? Before I get this thing started. Name a player, we'll talk about him. I'm down for a couple of minutes, then I gotta get this thing started. Because this is gonna take a good hour and a half. Or I'll get it started while we're talking about a player or something. That'll be fine with me. Okay, Alex Wingstrom is still 80. Got it. Someone mentioned Tyler Linderbaum from Iowa. Anyway. Okay, Justin Burris. Here's the thing. Justin Burris made the proper tackles at the right times. But I think he got blocked out of the plays where they gave up the big runs. And Dallas kind of showed everybody the way. Well, as far as how to beat us on the run. And here's why I say that. Because if you look back at Dallas and what they did right, their entire line shifted at an angle to where, it opened up those running lanes. So you got Dallas's running back going to the outside. It's a sweep play. It's a toss play. You name it. Going to the outside. And he'll find a lane because the tight end is blocking. The wide receiver is blocking properly. So that running back will be able to get to that second level without a problem. And get 5 or 6 yards out of it. Sometimes more. So everybody started copying that. And that's been a problem since the Dallas game, for sure. I've seen at least 5 or 6 teams copy that same method, including the Falcons. Which really frustrates me. CJ Henderson is the one that missed the big tackles at the critical moments. And, the Fox analyst pointed him out. He was the one that was supposed to close out the gap. Burris may have been blocked out of those plays, but it was CJ's responsibility to shut it down. Yeah, teams have been killing us with that play, running left, and has something that we can't stop. Exactly, dude. I want to believe that we have a decent run-stopping line, but we really don't. You know what I mean? We can stop draws about, 6 out of 10 times, but that's just... And maybe some ISOs, but eventually they break through. So, with that in mind, and all of the yards that we gave up in coverage, how are we still ranked number 2 in the league in defense? Somebody please explain that to me, because I'm lost. I'm totally lost. Dude, I gotta have an explanation on this. I'm baffled. You can't go by stats alone on these rankings. You can't. It doesn't work. You gotta actually watch the games and understand what these players are doing. The missed tackles, the missed coverages. That's what doesn't show up in the stats. And when you're talking a number 2 defense, we only have one Pro Bowler. Only one. How are we a number 2 defense in the entire NFL? We're talking 32 teams, and we only have one Pro Bowler. Doesn't make sense to me. We need to go ahead and switch to a 3-4. Do Burnt and Reddick can be more effective. Well, here's the thing. We tried the 3-4 when Ron Rivera was here, and that didn't really work. First off, we didn't even get the right players in to do a 3-4 properly. He was just experimenting. It was like half and half, 4-3 players, half 3-4 players. So technically, you could call that defense a hybrid mix. So the 3-4 didn't really work, honestly, because then they started absolutely destroying us with the run. You saw it all year long. We were 28th in stopping the run that year, I think. Somewhere in between 25th and 30th. We just couldn't stop the run at all with the 3-4. And that's the weakness of the 3-4 is the run game, because you've only got 3 people rushing. So, for those that don't understand that, and the 4-3, you have 4 people rushing, which means you give up some coverage plays. Which I'm okay with that. If you got the right corners, if you got the right safeties, if you got the right linebackers to handle the 4-3. I personally prefer the 4-3. That's just how I would run it. Of course, I don't know anything about the coverages. That's another matter. That's what would separate me from understanding about defenses versus a defensive coordinator. But that's just my take on switching to a 3-4 versus a 4. The way they've been playing is trash. Exactly, man. How? I'm going to show this on stream one more time for the people that missed this. I want y'all to see this. Because there is no way. There's no possible way. And we're starting right after the Arizona Cardinals win here. Washington, we give up 27 points. Beats us 21-7. Just kidding. They may as well beat us 21-7, as bad as our players are. But yeah, Falcons 29. We give up 29. To the Bills, we give up 31 points. In Tampa Bay today, we give up 32. And Fournette and Mike Evans aren't even playing. Like, how is this defense number 2? Someone please explain this to me. Yeah. And we don't even have a true 4-3 defensive line. Yeah, that's true, man. Our ends are too small to stop the run. We couldn't stop it because we didn't have the personnel. Pittsburgh and the Ravens have used the 3-4 for years and won championships with it. Well, see, that's the Ravens and the in Pittsburgh. They actually had the personnel and they actually had the coaches that were 3-4 minded. They actually know who to go for, and it wasn't just like a hybrid of 4-3 and 3-4 players. It was mostly 6-7. 6/7 of that defense was 3-4 for both of those teams. I'd say 10 out of the 11 players were 3-4, roughly. So it made sense, and it made it a true 3-4 defense, is what it made it. you're not just playing with a hybrid 3-4 defense like Ron Rivera did. That's yeah. Scratch that right there. That's not a true 3-4. And I said that at the time too in social media. And I wasn't happy that we switched to a 3-4, knowing we didn't have the personnel and knowing that we went for the wrong personnel. If you're going to do it, be committed to it. Don't just switch to the 3-4 and just lackadaisically get maybe 2 or 3 players and then act like you're running a 3-4. No. Stop. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like that's one more reason why Ron Rivera deserved to be fired. Anyway, we only have 2, maybe 3 if you count Chin. Yeah, see, if we tried to switch to a 3-4 and we only stuck with the 2 or 3, that's not a true 3-4. Until you start building personnel, and it takes 2 to 3 years to fully build a 3-4 defense that's true, a true 3-4, like Pittsburgh and Baltimore did. And yeah, you got to go through some losing seasons with these guys. But yeah, eventually they got there. But with Pittsburgh, you had players like Troy Polamalu back in the day, to help out. You had all these good players, man. Ray Lewis for Baltimore. So, I mean, you could build around those 2 players alone and build a 3-4 defense within 3 to 4 years. It's not difficult, but it just takes some time to build it correctly. And the defensive coordinator and the head coaches really knew what they were doing at the time. It's not just lackadaisical building like we're doing. But yeah, again, like I prefer the 4-3 myself, but that's just me. Based on how it's built. You're more likely to find more quality 4-3 players than 3-4 in today's society, today's NFL, but there are some 3-4s coming up in the draft, though. So if that is your prerogative, you can do it. But I strongly suggest against it, because we've been successful with the 4-3. We just have to have the right players in the secondary is all. And we need some linebacker help, We need some strong, physical, aggressive defensive tackles. We need some the Panthers need an identity on offense and defense. We need an identity, period. Okay, we need an identity, period. Because we don't have one. I just love it when these Fox announcers and people like that think they know, how we do things. No, you don't. Because we don't even know how we do things. We don't even know what we're doing half the time. How do you think you know? You don't know nothing. How many Panthers games have you guys actually watched? We're talking about a Jaguars former quarterback announcing. How many games have you actually watched? Oh my god. They don't watch our games, bro. They don't know. They ain't got a clue. I just love it when they pretend to know what they don't know about us. It's just It's actually comical. It honestly is. Panthers fans everywhere when he said that. LOL. All right, so we're sitting here with a 28th ranked turnover margin. We're also sitting here with a 30th ranked offensive third quarter touchdown percentage, or scoring percentage in general. And you think you know this team? If you know this team as well as you think you do, why do we only have one Pro Bowler? There's the magical question. If anybody deserved it, it's Reddick. But I'll stop right there, man. I'll stop right there because no. Dude. I know, right? I'm glad Vilma wasn't calling the game this week. I'm sick of hearing his voice and seeing his face, man. Facts. Facts. Oh, God. If I gotta sit through one more week of Vilma, man. Vilma, here's what the Panthers need to do. Like, he thinks he knows, man. Man, get out of here. Please. Please tell me some more about this team that you pretend to know. I don't know. Alright, so. Y'all ready for this mock draft, man? I'm about to kick this thing into high gear. Alright, so we've got a shot at Evan Neal. Do we take it? Our next pick is in the 4th round. And this is assuming they don't make any of the trade suggestions that I've asked or that I've thrown out there. Where we move Sam Darnold and Robbie together for a pick. And where we package up CJ and AJ for a pick. Or just CJ by himself for a pick. Both of them would be worth 2 picks to us. And again, I've suggested this a few times now. Move Sam Darnold and Robbie Anderson to the Texans. Why the Texans specifically? Because they're desperate for a quarterback and a wide receiver duo. Absolutely desperate. They need something to kick things off, Houston is such a train wreck right now. They just need anything. They'd be willing to move a pick, I'm sure. 100%. Maybe even 2 picks for those players. I'm cool with it. But we're sitting in a position where do we take Evan Neal? Or do we go down? And I'm going to tell you this right now. I like going down because there's 2 Georgia there are let's see, where are they? We've got Marquise Hayes and Emo down here at 128 and 139. We've got Sawyer, Morris, and McClendon at offensive tackle. That's 3 guys right there that you can move this pick right here and get more talent. B grade talent. Don't just settle for Evan Neal. You can, yes, but I'm not going to do that. If you wanted a guard first round, there's something that people haven't considered or talked about yet. How about a guard first round? You got Kirkland. I like him from Washington at 113 there. But if you're looking above the 70 mark, I like Ed Ingram from LSU. That's who I like. Is there any idea if we might get any compensatory picks? Like where those might end up? Because that is going to change the entire scope of what we're looking at. If we get compensatory picks, then that kind of opens the door to one of these two, at guard at 128 or 139. If it happens to be a second or a third round pick. That's if you choose to do that. And also around that area are those tackles that I was talking about. You got Warren McClendon, you got Sawyer, and personally, I would like to see Wanya Morris come to us. I would go for Morris out of the 3 of them if I had a choice. The scouting report looks real nice. If you haven't seen it, there it is. I'll leave it up on the screen for a second. But we've read it off probably 2 or 3 times on 2 different streams. But I personally like Wanya Morris. I like him a lot, actually. He's a B grade tackle. But if you have to put it on a scale of A to F, he's a B grade tackle. But he's a very, very good B grade tackle. 6'5", 320 pounds. And this scout really, really likes this guy. So I'd be willing to give that a shot. But again, my question is, you're taking a shot in the dark with any lineman that you get. Any lineman that we're getting. That they can stay healthy. So here's the point I want to try to make before we take any lineman whatsoever. If any of these linemen at all that we're even thinking about putting on our draft board in any way have a medical history, that's an automatic no. Okay? That's an automatic no way. Because of the amount of injuries we've had on the offensive line over the past history. I am not willing to draft yet another offensive lineman that's going to end up on the IR. I'm just not going to do it. If our management is stupid enough to do it, they deserve to get fired. Point blank, everybody except for Fitterer deserves to get fired for doing it. And Fitterer will be on the hot seat at that point. Don't be stupid with our offensive line picks. I'm going to say this again. Don't be stupid with our offensive line picks. If there's any hint of an injury, no. If I see anything that even resembles an injury, coming from one of these scouting reports, it's a no. Don't do this to us, man. Don't screw us over for the third year in a row. Just don't. I'm trying to tell you. Matt Rule will be gone for sure if you pick the wrong lineman and these guys end up on the IR again. The new guys. I think I am going to double down again on Deontay Brown. I think we got a good guy from Alabama. We won with that pick, I think. We got really lucky that he was still there. But I think we won with that pick. Brady Christensen, I've got some question marks. But right now, it seems to be a 60-40 in favor of a win there, as far as that pick is concerned. That wasn't one of my top grade guys, that I was mock drafting last year, but he was in my top 3. So, probably my third one. But I think those two guys are enough to build on with Taylor Moton. I think so. The rest of the line got to go. Okay? It's got to go. I don't like Michael Jordan. Bye. Cameron Irving. I don't know, man. But we got to have a center. This is why I want to trade down, man. Because the more picks you have, the better your chances of getting the amount of guys that you want. That are B grade guys. You notice how I'm going for B grade guys, maybe B minus, with all of my offensive line picks, and then I'm going downward from there. I'm not fooling around. I want these guys. All right, so that being said, any offers we get, we are trying to move into a position, above, I want to say, Alec Lindstrom's 80. Alec Lindstrom's my target at 80 for the first pick that we get. So anything above, I would say 70 is what we want to trade for. Trade down to, then I start making moves. All right, pick 7 for a pick 20 to 55, a second and a fifth. Interesting. Pick 22, and we get a 53, a second, and a fourth next year. And I mean, the higher we go up the draft board, the more these offers are going to increase. So, the more they're going to be willing to give us. So, in effect, we can trade back into the middle or the bottom of the first round without having to trade out of it. So it is possible. But personally, I would like to trade out of the first round and go into the second round with a number of picks, at our disposal to go after linemen. The higher we can get, the more we will get when we trade back. If we could go from 5 to maybe 12th, that would be set. I think we're probably going to end up 20th if we move back in the first round. That's the trick, man. I don't see us moving within 10 to 20. Within the 10 to 15 range. It's just not going to happen. So the offers you're going to get are going to look a little bit like that. Minus the picks for next year. You'll see maybe a second pick here. Maybe they give us something for next year. Who knows? But I doubt it. Again, this is PFN, so they give you a little bit more than what you're bargaining for. So this isn't entirely realistic, but it's the closest thing to it that I can find. To where the trade offers are realistic, but, it's not overbearing, should I say. I think that's the best way to say it. Okay, so now, no matter what picks we get when we drop out of 7, these 2 picks, whatever they happen to be in this year's draft, above 70, I'm going to be moving. Okay? At least the top pick. This one I may move again. Maybe. Because I'm going for Lindstrom. And again, in real life, Lindstrom would probably be sitting 60 to 70 range when he actually goes on the board. But again, this is PFN. These projections could change after a bowl game. You never know. So, but if you think about 10 to 15 projected picks above where they're projecting it, once the final projections are out, you are guaranteed to have a lock on what you want. And you're better off doing that to get a chance to get what you want without missing your man. And if you never see me do a mock draft before, you're about to get a treat, because today you're about to see me go crazy with some trading. If you have, sit back and relax, because this is going to be fun. All right. 7 to 20. We get a 55. Second and a fifth. I kind of like that. Second and a fourth there. I mean, is it worth it to get the fourth instead of the fifth? Move 2 spots there, but move down 2 spots there. See, these 2 teams are making me think. I like this. Y'all are making me think about this. That's a beautiful thing right there. I think it is worth it to go down 2 more picks and get that higher second pick there. And also get a fourth. I think it is. I think so. I kind of like that. We could also trade that fourth in and get a couple of picks for this year, which I think I will do that. You could get a fifth and a sixth for the fourth. And I'm also going to trade my 2 sevens for a 6 in this same trade. So be prepared for that. This is going to be fun. Fourth round is what? Fourth round is what? 200 range? I gotta see where this ends. Where this actually starts. Okay, 130. Okay, so it ends at 142. 142. Got it. All right. All right, so we're looking at a 162 and a 186. Oh, no, that's Buffalo. My bad. My bad. There we go. That's what we want. So we're looking at a 164 and a 200, right? 164 and a 200. No. Just the 164. Okay. I see. Could we maybe trade that 164? Okay, round 5, right? Because I really want that second for next year. That's a fifth. Fifth and a sixth. So a 164 and a 200, yeah. Trade that in. Okay. Then we're going to trade that in. We're going to get a 215. See how that works, folks? That's proper trade value right there. You're trading 2 sevens for a 6. You're trading a 4th for a 5th and a 6th. That's proper trade value. You're giving up two picks for that right there. That's what we want. And we're getting a second next year, so that works. Done. Deal, Chargers. Pleasure doing business with you. Washington gains, Evan Neal. Just so you guys know where he ends up. Okay. Here we go. Dolphins want me to trade down to 48. They want my 215 for a second and a third next year. What do you have? This year though. What do you have this year? I mean, I'll take the extra second. That's nice. But the third I want to trade in for a 4th and a 5th. 119 and a 155 maybe. I don't know that that's worth a 6 though. That's playing with fire. Let's see what else is up. That's what I like to see right there. That's a beautiful offer right there. That's, they're giving me a bit much here, but they really want that pick 22. So that's the thing. That would be an unrealistic trade offer, but I do like it the best thus far. Ooh, I like that too. Because you're getting a second next year with it. Ooh, that's tough right there. I got an idea. I actually got an idea. we may be able to play with this one a little bit. What if we shift this down to maybe a 4th, and we pick up an extra pick here for this year? What if we do that? Would that be possible? To pick up maybe a 4th round pick here at 150 possibly. I kind of like that idea. Can we get 150? 150 is Okay, so that would be out of the round 4. Got it. I see. So it'd be 110. 110 is 4th round. Ooh. Could we maybe pull this off? Is it possible? I mean, I would take a 4th instead of a 2nd for that. Shoot, yeah. Is this possible? Will they go for this? I mean, that's 3 picks and a 4th. I kind of like this. Done. I like it. There's Sam Howell. He goes to the Eagles. And, as I've said before, my target pick is Alec Lindstrom at 80. So, I'm not picking above him at all. Ooh. Okay. Down 4 spots, we gain a 4th for next year. I like that. Down to pick 61, we pick up a 166 and a 2nd next year. Ooh, I like that one even better. What else we got? We got 40, 53, 72. I'd say that's safe range for Alec Lindstrom is 72. I'm not going to go past 75. That's dangerous, But 72 I think is safe range. That's 8 picks before 80. That's safe range. It's a little further than I wanted to travel, but that's okay. Out of the safety range. These next 2 picks I can move. I can move the 40 and I can move the 53. Should I wish to. That's really interesting. If I go for this Bucks trade, will this Pats trade still be available to me? Will I still be able to pick up the 166 and maybe a 4th instead of the 2nd? Would that still be there? That's what I'm thinking, man. I don't know if that Pats trade offer will still be there if I move down a couple of spots. That's a very lucrative offer right there. 166, I like that. In a 2nd. That's some gold right there. I can do a lot with that. But adding on that 4th would also be very nice too. These are good offers today. I like this. And the higher our draft pick is, at the end of the year, the more offers like this that we're going to receive. If we do receive any. On draft day. I think we'll probably get 2 or 3 offers. And we'll have to choose one on draft day. But I trust Scott Fitter. He knows what he's doing. I'm a lot more aggressive when it comes to trading because I know exactly what I'm looking for and I know the values. So this is taking a gamble right here. Will this Pats trade still be here? I don't know that I could pass this up. That's the thing. I like a 166, man. Dude. This is much better than the other one, for sure. I've got to agree with the Pats one here. I've got to. I don't think I could pass this one up. I don't think there's anything else I can push for here, negotiation wise. Because if you try to go for the 93 and the 131, that's probably going to be declined. Trading in the second. Because that's like all their draft picks. I don't know. I don't think so. I might as well just accept what they're giving me. Because that sets me up for this year and next year. How many picks is that now? Well, this is the closest one. They're giving me a second. So, I don't think you're going to get a first rounder. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This would give me 12 picks. 6. Yeah, this would give me 12 picks. This is what I need. Plus, this would set me up for next year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this would give me an 8th pick next year. Yep, I like it. I am green lighting the heck out of this one. Done. That's money right there. There goes Devontae Wyatt from Georgia, the defensive tackle. Uh-oh. We got a center that just went to the Dolphins here. Uh-oh, we're getting close. See, this is why I didn't want to flirt too much with the safety zone because, look, here goes Jarrett Patterson right here at 48. And the next one down is Alec at 80. You don't want to play with these picks any further than 70. This is going to screw you over if this is what you're going for. All right, so 53. We got 2 offers here. I can move this one. The 61 is playing with fire, though. If I want to move that one, that's going to be tricky. Okay, 53 for a 105 and a second next year. Yeah, see, this is where they're going to start giving you the lowball offers like these, and they're trying to give you more picks for next year by just moving down a little bit. Once you get into this range. That's kind of beautiful. Giving me a second there. We get a 5th on that one. For just 5 spots. And you could actually offer trades on here too. Like, you don't have to take these. Any of them. That's the beautiful part of this is, you know, if you feel like you have a solid offer you want to make, you can do it. You know, 9 times out of 10, it's probably going to get declined. But, you know, if you read the values, you know, these trades well enough, and you make a solid enough offer, you can do it. If you know what you're doing. And you'll get something solid in return. But right now, I like these offers that they're giving me. I prefer to look at these first before I go hunting and start creating my own. That's another second, man. That's beautiful. That's a third. Dude, that's a 4th second round pick. Holy cow. And I don't need this 53. Dude, that's awesome. That sets me up for next year. Okay, who are you after at Seattle? What are you looking for? What is available right now that you're hunting for? That you want this pick this bad? I'm trying to figure it out. Ooh, there's Justin Ross. Tempting. Very tempting at 61. I kind of like that. You know, if you're thinking you're going to trade Sam Darnold and Robbie in a package deal, that's kind of nice right there. You go after a Clemson wide receiver? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's also Mechie down here at 114, if that's more to your liking. You've also got a Kentucky wide receiver here. You got some options in this area. George Pickens. I mean, they're all there in this range. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what they're after. Because it's not Lindstrom, I can tell you that. Lindstrom won't go until probably like 75 or something like that. Christian Harris. That's what they're looking at. Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense now. Why is this man still on the board? That makes a lot of sense. There's Toto. Henry from Alabama. Forgive me if I'm saying the last name incorrectly. I don't know. I call him Toto from The Wizard of Oz. I mean, that's just the best way I can remember his last name. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, though. But, you got Trevon Walker. Okay. I see what y'all are trying to do. Yeah, Christian Harris is going with this pick for sure. If I move this one. Here's the interesting part. Hold up. Because I had all of these written down before, and I wanted to see. Christian Harris. Okay. Well, I wasn't even looking at Christian Harris, so tell you what. Tell you what, I will accept this deal. I think that's a nice deal right there. I like it. Oh, they went for the offensive tackle from Kentucky. Okay. Yeah, there goes Christian Harris. I figured he wouldn't last much longer. Okay. 61. Now, here's where we start playing with fire, because this is where it gets interesting. Alright, you got the Titans wanting me to move to 90. I don't think so. You got the Steelers wanting me to move to 81. I don't think so. Is 72 the right spot to get this center? Will he still be there? This is a gamble. You know, you're talking 61 to 72. That's 11 spots that are picking here. This is where you start gambling. They didn't get that Clemson wide receiver, did they? No, they did not. Interesting. Ooh, this is an opportunity. I may not be able to pass this one up. For Justin Ross, I may not be able to pass this opportunity up right here. We may not get another shot at this dude. I mean, there's Mechie down here if you miss, and Pickens, but this is a rare opportunity, and I don't like the trade offers because we're looking at moving now to 90, no. 81, no. That ain't it. Although I do love the move up from 215 to 97. That is nice. But that's not what I'm looking for. Because that takes me out of the safety range for Justin Ross and Langstrom. And that puts me in that puts me right in that yellow zone, right at 72 of whether I can get my man here, Alec Lindstrom, or not. That's real risky. You're playing with fire if you take that deal. So, I would be willing to move down a little bit from 61, but only enough to be able to pick up Justin Ross. I'd probably go safety range will probably be 65 to 70 on Justin Ross. You know, to be able to secure him as a pick. I mean, which one of these teams would I actually make a move with? Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Jets, Bears, Giants. One of those five I would have to make a move with in order to secure Justin Ross and get a pick. You know, if I was going to move down. So for my money, you know, you're only looking at 4 spots in between before you have to start looking at one of these 5 teams on the move down. I don't really care what the Cowboys, Chiefs, and Packers do with their picks. These 5 are the ones that bother me. Which one of them would go for Russ before I could get him? If the Bears are sold on Justin Fields, I could see 69. If you want a wide receiver for Trevor Lawrence, if you're sold on him in Jacksonville, then yeah, I could see 65 maybe, but that's a little high. Wow. I don't know, man. Goff could use some wide receivers as well at 66, so. But I don't see him being taken that early. On the PFN, I don't see him being taken there that early. If it was real life, yeah, that would be the range that you would be looking at, is those 5. For sure. Mm-hmm. See, this would be the time to propose a trade, probably. But what do we need? That's the question. What do we need? Let me take a look at what do we have. I could use a 6th. We don't have a 6th. I would settle for a 5 for next year. I think we got enough picks this year. Yeah, I would settle for a 6th. If one of these 5 teams is willing to move for that and give me a 6 for next year, I'm down. I'd be willing to do that. Shout out to Derek Ferguson on Facebook. How you doing, man? Hope your Christmas was great. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to make a trade here. Jacksonville. Let's see what Jacksonville offers. I may be willing to push a 5. Could I do that? For moving down 4 spots? I don't think so. I mean, yeah, it moves Jacksonville up. You got 2. Jacksonville has 2 picks here in the 3rd. That's the thing I'm looking at right now. So, I knew that would happen. Yep, I figured. Okay. All right, Lions. Lions, you're next. Let's take a look here. 61 for a 66. In a 5th. Let's try this. Okay. And you can send unlimited trade offers on this site, by the way. With other ones, you're limited on how many trade offers you can send. So, just FYI. For anyone using this site, this is why I prefer this site. Because you have a lot more freedom to do whatever you need to do. I don't think any of these 5 teams are gonna let me get a 5. So you know what? Let's do a little hunting here. Let's go the Giants first. Oh, they have a 5th. Okay. I see. All right. Bears. I see. All right. Jets. I don't want to rob them of a pick. They don't have enough picks. Texans. There we go. There's 2 6s. That's what I'm looking for right there. Uh-huh. That's the move. Oh, come on. Don't do me like that, Texans. Don't do me like that. You know what? Screw it. I may just have to pick Justin Ross way ahead of schedule. I'm just not seeing any alternative at this point. I'm willing to try one more time, maybe. With the Lions. This one. Boom. Boom. Nope. Okay. I figured as much. Alright. If they're not willing to trade, I know Jacksonville won't. We could try them. There is no harm in trying. But I don't think they're going to take it. Yeah. I figured. Alright. Yeah, we may just have to draft Justin Ross early here. Because none of the moves I'm trying to make here with the 61 are working. To ensure that we get a wide receiver this early. And if I don't take Ross here, at 72, he'll be gone. That's why I'm just kind of, This is tough, man. I'm really sold on this dude, too. Because there's not much else that I can really go for at this point. Yeah, at quarterback. Like I said, JT Daniels hasn't really been tested at quarterback. See, that's the thing, man. If we go for a quarterback this year without fixing the line, I think we're foolish. I think we are really foolish. I think we try to go for the quarterbacks in 2023 draft. And I know that's a ways away, but if you know what you're doing and you get picks and you set yourself up for the next year, then yeah, we've got a solid shot, at getting a solid guy in the second round next year. I could see it. And also, let me show y'all a trick, man. Because look how many second rounds we've got. This is a little trick I use on Madden. you trade up the 2s for a 1. Okay? So now you got 2 first rounders. You got 2 second rounders, a third, 2 fourths, and a fifth at the end of that. And that way you can get 2 first round quality players by making that move. That is thinking ahead, folks. That is why you set yourself up with the amount of picks, because you can always trade up when you have a number of them in a certain round. You know, so if you really feel desperate enough to trade up, you can do it. If you feel like a player is going to go before you want him to go. And you really are sold on a player, you know, in the 2023 draft with all of these, you can go for it. You can make that move. You have that luxury by setting yourself up. So I just wanted to show you guys that. This is how you do this stuff, man. Like, I really wish I was the assistant to Fitterer so I could show him all of this. And I think, you know, it's a different system. It's out of the box. You know, it's unusual, but it works. Okay, it works. And the fact that Fitterer was able to trade down and get the value that he did proves that this system could work by setting yourself up with a number of picks for the next year. It's a beautiful thing. I would love to experiment with it in the NFL. Oh man, would I love to experiment. We could be so set up in the future, it would be nuts. For every single draft. Oh, wow. And again, you could trade players too if you don't like what you got, you know, and the position battle just isn't there, you know. You could package people up for a pick. The whole system works, man. You just have to know what you're doing. And not get behind the 8 ball. Because if you get behind the 8 ball, you are screwed. Keep the train moving. You know what I mean? Every year. And I think Fitterer can do it. I really do believe it's possible to make that work. In this particular situation, I think it would be wise to go ahead and draft Justin Ross. Unless we find somebody within that range that we like better. Because Christian Harris is gone. You got Henry here. You could go for him. If you miss on him, there's Quay Walker. There's Alright, I'm going to suggest a linebacker that nobody's had on their board, and that's Skalski from Clemson. And I've mentioned him before. You know, if you've been watching my mock drafts, I've mentioned him before. He's a beast. He does have coverage issues, yes. But can he stop the run? Absolutely. This dude is a massive run stopper. It's very rare when anybody gets any big runs against him. Very rare. And he's going to end up an undrafted. So you could pick him up as a free agent. That's the beautiful thing. So if you want a linebacker battle, you know, you can draft somebody with like a 61 here, like Henry, and have a linebacker battle. That's that's beautiful right there. Safety. Safety, my target is Tyke Smith. I've heard some stuff about Palomeo that I didn't like. That he's missing tackles and stuff like that. So, yeah. If you've been paying attention to my streams, you know that I do not put people on my defense that cannot tackle. I just will not do it. I won't draft them. I just won't want anything to do with them if they can't tackle. That's just point blank, period. So, yeah, Tyke is my target at 111 there. And our next pick is 105, 106. So, yes, we can pick him up. And there's a 110 as well. So, that's good. Most of these guys are going to be like past 130. So, that works out to where we can get Tyke. I kind of like that. There's also Tyler Davis, though. Ooh, I didn't see him before. He must have moved up. Okay. There's Mathis. Mathis is available. Although I think he'll be gone before I'm able to pick at 105. That's okay. I think I had a defensive tackle down here that I was looking at. Maybe? It's looking bleak. I don't think I see defensive tackle I would be interested in. I don't know. I could have sworn I had my eyes on somebody. Oh, there's DJ Dale. I guess it was Mathis, and Mathis just moved up. That's what it was. Okay, there's LeBron Ray. Huh. So there is another Bama tackle here. Interesting. I suppose we could go Zach Pickens. He's a South Carolina local guy. I suppose we could. Or if you want one of those Nebraska guys, there's Damian. Tell you what. I'm kind of surprised that Travon Walker isn't off the board yet. And Tyler Davis is a very good choice. Here's what I want to do. I could either go for a Clemson wide receiver or, if I'm GM, general manager, then maybe I might be looking for a cheap wide receiver, to be the number 3, behind DJ, Christian McCaffrey put into the slot, and Terrace Marshall Jr. Shi Smith kind of fits that mold as well too. As kind of that number 4. So I feel like that would probably be what I would do if I didn't go for Justin Ross. So I'm kind of going against the grain here. If you want Justin Ross, you can go for him. But you could also shop the free agents as well. There's going to be wide receivers available, I promise you. but for how much and how much are we willing to pay for one? You know what I mean? For 1 year. But the fact that you could draft one right now versus a defensive tackle, that's tough. That's tough right there. I like Travon Walker. I like Tower Davis. Both of them. So if I was going to go defensive tackle, I like Mathis as well. You know, that's 3 options you've got at defensive tackle. I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. I think I've got to jump on defensive tackle here. Okay. Mathis hasn't registered many starts. So that rules him out. Tower Davis, let's look at it. Name Baby Dax. Okay. So he's kind of the next generation Dexter Lawrence, really. Um, Clemson has always been prolific at developing NFL talent. Y'all read this, man? Y'all see this? Now y'all see I'm not lying about this. That's a scout that said that. That's Ian Cummings, an NFL scout that said this. Okay? It's not a secret. Clemson has been developing talent. Over the past 7 years, the defensive line production has been near the top of the league. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Why are we not going for Clemson players? Since 2015, 10 defensive linemen from Clemson have been selected in the NFL draft. Ooh. That hurts some egos of the people that are against Clemson players being drafted. Oh, that hurts. That hurts right in there. That hurts right in there, guys. Oh. Y'all didn't want me to read that, did you? I didn't even write this, bro. I didn't even write this. Dexter Lawrence, Vic Beasley, Grady Jarrett, Shaq Lawson, Kevin Dodd, DJ Reader, Carlos Watkins, Cillian Farrell, Christian Wilkins, and Austin Bryant. There you go. There are hits and misses on this list, but Clemson's record is exponentially better on the interior. That's where Davis plays, and that's where he'll make his presence felt in 2021. Oh, yes. Oh, you selling me on this, dude. You selling me on him. I like this. Okay. Travon Walker is probably the 4th interior defensive lineman. It comes to mind when you're talking about Georgia. Okay. Rotation includes Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt, Jalen Carter, Walker, and doesn't always get his due. He's listed at 275, may end up being closer to 300. 300 would be a better range for him. Okay. Yes, he's already a tremendously versatile lineman with a good burst, length, and lateral twitch also mixed into his game. For me, my money's on Tower Davis, though. I gotta jump on Tower, man. I gotta do it. This is just too much of a... Come on. We gotta have a defensive tackle. We don't necessarily need a wide receiver at the moment. We can find one a dime a dozen on the free agent list. But defensive tackle we gotta have. And after Mathis, that's pretty much it as far as talented guys are concerned. So I'm picking Tyler Davis here. I can't make a move necessarily. I could try, I suppose, but everybody before 70 is just not willing to move. I'm going for Tyler. That's the pick. This is where I'm going to start picking players, man. Okay. Here we go. 72 to 100 and the Rams third. Nope. Nope. Not a chance. Alec Lindstrom. Center. Picked. Justin Ross goes to the Texans. Okay. Good to know. I could see that. Texans need a little bit of everything. They definitely could use a wide receiver, for sure. I felt like that was the right move. We need a defensive tackle. Our run defense right now is atrocious. I don't care what the ratings say. Our run defense is atrocious. I'm just not willing to take a chance on having another year where we have bad run defense. Just not going to do it. I think we can survive one more year with the linebacking crew that we have, but we've got to re-sign these guys. You know, we got to re-sign Reddick. We got to re-sign Louvu. Both of them need to stay. Yeah, at the moment, I like our linebacking core just the way it is. Yes, we need some help. Maybe we could find it in free agency. You never know. If we've got enough money, we can. But, you know, a lot of these guys, we can solve these problems through the draft. You know, it's not that hard. We just got to know where to look. There's Mechie. Mechie's still there at 114. Okay. I think we're probably going to skip out on wide receiver for this time around. I just call it a gut feeling. I feel like we're going to find something in the free agent list for cheap that we can use. That's what I would do. You know, again, it's Scott Fitterer's team. Do what you want with it, you know. It's your roster, Scott, but, you know, just my suggestion. Okay, Marquise Hayes. Tackles aren't start moving until then. Until 155. That's when they start moving. I see. All right. Oh yeah, we are. It's looking good. It's looking good. All right. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I want at this point. Don't need another defensive tackle. Got one. Linebacker. Corner. Just not sold on the linebackers right now. I want a better linebacker class next year. That's what I want. Alright, so we missed on Tyke Smith. Tyke Smith went to the Bills at 86. Way earlier than projected. Okay, so next one we're gonna look at is Pat Fields then. Or Trey Dean from Florida at safety. That's what I think we do. Alright, I think this may be a little too early of a pick, but here goes, man. We're getting their two guards, I think. 128, 139. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get our two guards. We have an offer. Colts want us to move down to 122. They'll give me a 165. They want my 215 for a 178. We could do that. We could do that and gain an extra pick. That's a nice upgrade. Yeah, we're still going for emo, obviously, with the 110. We're way ahead of the projections, which is good. It's good to stay ahead of the projections. Because if you get behind the projections, you're screwed. You're not getting anybody you want. Let's see what they want. They want Mechie. That's fine. They can have him. Who are y'all hunting for? Okay, Mathis. Edge rusher. Boom. Boom. Safety. Okay. So y'all are most likely going for a higher up offensive tackle, so that's just fine. What's the trade? Okay. I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded here. Yeah, sure, that can't hurt me. At this point, it can't really hurt me. I'm not going for anything within the 110 range, so. It would allow me to actually pick up John Mechie, though. From Alabama. Ooh. You know what? I like Mechie for the 110 pick. I kind of like that. Ooh, that scouting report just won me over. I like that right there. That's good stuff right there. We got our defensive tackle already. Edge rusher we're not ready to go for yet. Linebacker. We could go for Quay. But there's no info about him yet. So, corner. We don't really need at the moment. I saw Mario down here. Mario Goodrich. There's Sheridan Jones. Sheridan Jones dropped out. We could pick up Sheridan Jones. I like Sheridan. As an undrafted, so that works out. And like I said, man, I'm just not even interested in anything above trading and Pat Fields at this point at safety. All right. If I want to pick up Mechie, that does kind of. Well, I don't see anybody picking him up. Nah. Colts, Ravens, Giants, Jets. One of those four. Would anybody really pick him up within those 4 picks? I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm accepting this. Ravens got him. That's okay. That is okay. That was a bonus extra pick, I think it was worth the gamble. We weren't even going to go for a wide receiver anyway. Yeah, the main thing is we get the players that we need, though. As far as like a third string quarterback, I think we go for Chase Bryce. Ooh, we pick up Chase Bryce. I kind of like those Appalachian State quarterbacks, man. I think I like those guys, man. The more I look at them, the more they're starting to sell me. You know what I'm saying? They're starting to grow on me. All right. Obviously, this gives us an opportunity here. Anything above 139? Quay Walker's still there. Although there is a Georgia linebacker here. $122. I don't think we play around with this pick. I think we just go for Emo. Alright, 139. Uh, 155, 172, 177. Should do it. And then the 178, 190, 200. Okay. And 200 is our last one. Okay. So let's count up who we have left, and let's go from there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. And a safety makes 7. Alright, how many picks do we have left? That's 7 players that I'm looking to draft. Now, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So that's 2 extra picks that I have. Okay. That being the case, we could have ourselves a little safety battle between Trey Dean and Pat Fields. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys like to see that happen? That'd be kind of cool, huh? I don't really. That actually might give us a chance to get Jordan McFadden. Excellent. I like that. Yes. Numbers game. Like I said, numbers game. Jordan McFadden's on the list. Let's do it. This also gives us an opportunity, if we wish, to go for a Georgia wide receiver. He's 6'3", 200 pounds, has the ideal frame to be an impactful wide receiver in the NFL. In addition to his height, also possesses an impressive strength to high point the ball. Furthermore, his combination of height, length, and athleticism allowed him to pull off some incredible diving catches. Ooh. You know, I'm starting to be sold on this dude, man. Because, listen here, dog. I think that we're going to need somebody that can go after those diving catches. You know what I mean? Our wide receivers are not bothered enough to try to go after them. They can't be bothered to go for him. And it's not like Cam Newton is throwing him that far off. You know what I mean? And I think if we had a guy like George Pickens, that would be willing to go and sacrifice his body and go for these diving catches, I could see it, dude. I could see this being a very valid pick. Plus his length allowing him to high point the ball. Notice how we've had a lot of high balls, just over the reach of our wide receivers' hands. Think about that. If we had a wide receiver that could high point the ball, that can actually catch, like George Pickens here, I'm just saying, we might snag a few more of these catches that we haven't been able to snag with Cam Newton and PJ Walker. I'm for it. I'm for this, man. I'm for this. That little go route that we had today? Imagine George Pickens going for that ball. Just out of his reach, right? Imagine that ball being about as far out as to the end of my fingertips. That's where the ball was, right? Well, Pickens, this is the furthest you're going to stretch out, right? Imagine Pickens going a little further and diving for that ball. I'm about it, man. I'm about it because we have just overthrown a few of these wide receivers. You know what I mean? Just slightly, and he's got that high point ball skill. Dude, I'm sold on this dude. We can get a power back next year. And as far as a third string quarterback, I'm right now I like Chase Bryce. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, "What? What are you kidding me?" No, hear me out. Hear me out, folks. I know I'm going to get a lot of this criticism, but we're only looking for a third string quarterback. If we have Cam Newton in here, or if we keep Sam Darnold, and maybe trade Robbie Anderson for a pick, either way, we'll probably be trading Robbie for a pick. But imagine we have either Cam Newton or Sam Darnold throwing the ball to one of these guys. And we survive for one more year, with a terrible record, but we're building ourselves up, right? We're building a roster that we can really do something with. Be patient. You know what I'm thinking? With this, man. And Chase Bryce, if you pick him up as a third string quarterback, the dude's accurate. He can throw bombs. He can do everything that you want him to do. Yes, he does take sacks probably, but at this point, which quarterback in our system doesn't? I like Chase. I think that's the answer at third string quarterback. You guys might disagree, but that's where I'm looking at. Because JT Daniels doesn't have any time under center. Just not much at all. So, and this is before I've done all the research and everything else. So, like I said, Pickens is a very interesting pickup. I think so. 38. 138, 139. We could get either one of these guys. Okay. 155. Okay. 157. I mean, 155, 172 right there is fine. We'll probably go for Wanya Morris before Sawyer, which is okay. Alright, so 165, 166. Right. Okay. Trey Dean, Pat Fields. Boom and boom. 178. We go for the edge rushers. Justin and Christopher. And 178 and 190. Alright, pick 200. Who did I see at 200, man? Who did I see at pick 200? Who was it? It's not you. It's not you. Oh. Somebody on offense. One that. Oh, it was an offensive tackle. That's what it was. Or was it? It was a Clemson guy, wasn't it? I could swear it was a Clemson guy. Oh, it's killing me. Alright. Hold on, y'all. Be patient. Y'all be patient while I find this. I know it's in here. It's not defensive tackle, so I already have one of those. Linebacker. Who in the world was it? Trying to think, man. Don't think it was a corner. No, it was a safety. It was a safety. Brady, at Fields. I don't remember who it was, man. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I don't remember. Maybe if I look around 200 range on both, maybe that will jog my memory. It was like a 211 or something like that. Don't think it was. Okay, so let's try offense. Boom, there it is. 217. I see. All right. Yeah, so we can get all of these guys, man, in that exact order if we want to. I see it. Yep. I see the pathway. All right. And it's looking real nice right now. Emo. I definitely see the pathway right now. 139. 138, 139. Okay. Let's get Pickens. Okay. Perfect. We move down 3 spots. We get another pick in the 7th. Who would we go for in the 7th? That's my question, man. Like, I'm looking at all these people, man. I don't even know who I would go for. Maybe a running back? James Cook? I kind of like James Cook. Georgia running backs are pretty solid. There's an Alabama running back. Hmm. Who do we want to go for if we make this move? Warren McClendon sounds interesting. We're already going to pick him up, so... How about another guard? How do y'all feel about another guard? Justin Schaefer. Nah, another center. That's what we want. Nah. Not feeling it. Alright, we're already going to pick up 2 safeties. So that's going to happen. Corner. And honestly, for me, it would have to be somebody that's probably going to get drafted, but I would draft Sheridan Jones. Personally, I would. Zach Pickens. Yeah. I like Sheridan Jones with the last pick there. And we're just moving down 3 spots. That's it. Yeah, you got a deal. 3 spots ain't going to hurt me. This is the one that could. This is where I stop trading right here. Because there's no reason to continue. 125 to 139. No. This is where we stop. No. I don't think so. Emil, boom. You're coming home with me. Let's go, baby. Okay, keep your mitts off my people, man. Keep your mitts off my people. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Alright. Now, from this point on, where are the safeties at? Okay, 230s. Got it. Edge rushers are 200s. Got it. Alright. This is where we begin to take our offensive tackles, I believe. Let's go ahead and get Warren McClendon. Okay. 149 to 155. The 256 for a 185. Alright, Sawyer's a 172. Yeah, that's a good deal. I'm going to take that. I am going to take that one for sure. Alright. $155. Right. Safety position. Let's see. Right. Those two are below. Alright. Not a problem. In that case, we want to go Sawyer. There's Paulo Mayo. He goes to the Saints. That's fine. I'm not even targeting him anyway. Wanda Morris. Whoa. This is a very, very lucrative trade offer here. Let's check this out. 165 down to a 211. They want my fifth. They're willing to give me a 211, 212, 213, and 231. Wow. That's more picks than I know what to do with right there. Not interested. At this point, not interested. I don't even need these picks. I don't even need these picks, bro. I can't do anything with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, 2 6s are worth of 5, so there's really no point. I mean, I'm okay with trading down into the 200 range. That's okay with me. But what am I going to do with 3 extra picks, man? What do I want to do with that? There's just nothing there that I want to really mess with. Like the aggressive GM trade happy guy in me wants to make this trade. It wants to negotiate this. You know what I mean? But the part of me that knows that once you start gambling too much in Vegas and know you're gonna lose because there's too many picks and you don't even know what to do with them all, so you start cashing them in the next year. I mean, it's just not necessary. Guard possession. Okay. Once you get down into this area, it's just like, okay, why bother? This is the why bother territory. You know? That's why I'm looking forward to these bowl games for when these guys start moving up the projection ratings. That's when things are going to get interesting. Tell you what. Ooh, that good. I like Cole Kelly better than I do the Appalachian State guy. So I think, yeah, that's where I'm going to go at quarterback. I don't see where this is going to help me. And see, I'm willing to move the fifth for a fourth and a fifth. This is just, That might actually get me a third, to be honest. No. Alright, the 213 and the 231 are both worth a fifth to me. Which I would already be giving up a fifth to get a fifth, which would make no sense. So if it's just a 165 for a 211 and a 212, I'm down. But because it is not, I can't do it. Can't do it, sorry. Okay. Trading. Let's take the fifth off and those two picks. No, I'm not interested. If this gives me a I don't know what player y'all are after. That's the thing. I don't know what player y'all are after. Who is it? Georgia? Right. Kennedy Brooks. Okay, so Kennedy Brooks is probably going to stay. So we got Eric Gray. Okay. We're not looking for speed. We're looking for power. James Cook is an interesting one. 222. They're not really hunting for anybody at the moment. $178. Yeah, see, that's still within the range. I don't think it would mess us up too much. Yeah, like I said, 165 for the 211 and the 212. Sure. Nope. All right. I want my defensive players then. Trading starts at 236. Edge rushers start at 233. Alright, so we'll be getting the edge rushers first. And then we'll go for the safeties. That's the plan right now. There's also a running back from Georgia. James Cook. Who I'm probably going to go for. Okay, he's a Thunder type. Let's see. 6'1", 220. He can hurdle defenders as much as he can lower his shoulder and demolish defensive backs. He also has some measured. Don't sleep on him. Okay. Alright. That sounds like something we might want. Do we want to grab him? 2 slots for safety, 2 slots for defensive end, which leaves 1, 2 spots. And we already said one of them is going to be Jordan McFadden, the tackle from Clemson. And the other Hmm. Cole Kelly's out of the range. Okay. Tackle. Linebacker, right? I remember Gemmel's name popping up in Corey McKinney's drafts, I think. I could be wrong about that. And that last one's going to be Sheridan Jones. Yep. Okay. So the edge rusher's 233. Edge rusher's 233. $217. Okay. There's the tackle from Clemson. $217. I think we pick up Jordan McFadden. Go ahead and grab him. Alright, now the safeties start at 236. 236, 261. 236, 260. Alright, so we want Justin here. Then we pick up Dean. Then we pick up Christopher Allen. 251. Got him. Nah. We already know what we're doing. Pat Fields. Now. Offense. We already picked up the tackle, I believe, didn't we? Yes, we did. Running back. I mean, we're going to skip on the running back. I don't want to mess with that right now. Let's see. Safety. We already got our two safeties. Corner. This is our last pick. Yep. I want Sheridan Jones. Where is he? There he is. Boom. Sold. All right. That will do it for the draft. I think I'm satisfied with what I picked up. Like I said, there's going to be a few others that we can pick up for free, but I'm satisfied with what I got. Before it ends, I'll just go through quickly a few of the names just to make sure none of these were names, that I was going for or I was looking at. Boom. Alright. So since 200. Alright, let's go. Rambo, okay. Sean Haskins, gotcha. Josh Jobe. JT Daniels goes to the Dolphins. I see, okay. Like I said, man, I'm willing to sit on the Appalachian State quarterback. I think he's a solid guy, Chase Bryce. He formerly came from Clemson, so don't throw him under the bus, man. I'm telling you. Don't sleep on this dude. James Cook, that's the running back I was looking at. I could have gotten him. That's all right. Next time I know. But I really like Sheridan Jones, though. Because I think if we need help at corner, once we trade our two corners, for a draft pick, then we'll be looking to replace one. So I think that's a winner. Just in case we can't re-sign Dante, I think it's a wise idea to jump on an unsigned corner. Just for practice squad purposes. And maybe compete for a training camp spot. But like I said, that's all situational. If you choose to make those trades, with CJ Henderson for a draft pick, and I picked up a wide receiver, I believe, didn't I? Yeah, George Pickens. So if you trade Robbie Anderson, you're looking for another wide receiver to fill the void. You've already got DJ, you've got Terrace Marshall, you got Shi Smith. So you're looking for that last guy, to fill that spot. And I like George Pickens. Like I said, man, here's the scouting report for him. And again, we're looking for those guys that can dive for balls, that'll make that extra effort. We're looking for those guys that'll jump up a little higher than your average wide receiver that we have to get those high balls, that are thrown just over the wide receiver's hands, like Cam and Sam Darnold like to do so famously for us, or infamously, if you like to prefer that word instead. Pickens is your guy. I mean, point blank. This dude makes spectacular catches. He's got arm length. He's 6'3", 200. Plus, he can go and he can do little possession receiving jobs too. If you want him on a slant, you can get him in a slant. If you want him in an out route, you can get him in an out route for a high ball, high 50-50 ball. I mean, Pickens seems to be the guy. If he can catch, that's the key. We need him to catch. We don't want to put this guy in danger with these hospital balls. But if we can get him a chance at a 50-50 ball, I think he'll win. I like these Georgia wide receivers, man. I like them. I like them just as much as I do the Bama and the Clemson wide receivers, because they've got that ability to balance the sideline, with their toes. They've got the hands. They've got the athleticism that you're looking for. So, to me, that's what I think I would do. All right, so in summary, I picked up Tyler Davis at defensive tackle. I think with the scouting report on Davis, I like it. There's a huge history of defensive linemen that came from Clemson since 2015 from Venable's crew, So I think this is a good winner right here. I've looked at Tyler Davis and I think I like what I see. Alec Lindstrom, center from Boston College. Guard Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. Guard Emil from Alabama. Offensive tackle from Georgia, Warren McClendon. Jamari Sawyer from Georgia. Offensive tackle, Wanya Morris. Offensive tackle from Oklahoma. You got George Pickens, the wide receiver, which I was just talking about. Jordan McFadden, the offensive tackle from Clemson. And the only way to beat this injury-prone offensive line problem is to surround yourself with as many offensive tackles and guards as you possibly can. Numbers game. Quality offensive tackles and offensive guards. As many as you can draft. Trade back as many times as necessary to get these quality guys. And these guys will be sitting in the second and third round that I'm drafting right now. Now, granted, I got some of these guys in the fourth because it's PFN, but these guys will be sitting in the second and third rounds in real life. So, trade back as much as necessary to pick up some of these guys. I think we got some winners. I want to do some research on these players before we're settled in to going for some of these players that I have on my list. But if you want real winners, you're going to go for linemen from Georgia, Oklahoma, Clemson, Alabama, and Ohio State guys. Because these guys are proven college linemen that have been there, that have been developed year after year after year, by great coaches that are consistently in the top 5 in the rankings or consistently in the top 10. So, then you move on down to Justin and Christopher, the pair of edge rushers from Alabama. I like Alabama edge rushers. They are fast, they're physical, they're aggressive, and they will get into that backfield. I'm telling you. They'll be sitting there in around the 4th, maybe the 5th round. You can get a pair of them and just go for it from there. Safeties. Trey Dean from Florida. You got Pat Fields from Oklahoma. Safety battle for Sean Chandler's spot. I want Sean Chandler gone. I want him out of Carolina. I don't want to ever see that name on this roster again after 2021. So with that being said, you want to draft 2 safeties to battle it out for that last spot. Whoever doesn't win, practice squad. Point blank, practice squad. Because we've got Justin Burris, we're good, at starting position. Now we just need a third safety, to have for practice squad in case we get injuries. I mean, that's a winner for me. And of course, Sheridan Jones is not going to show up in your top 200, but I think that's a quality corner, to replace to fill up that number 4 spot, at corner, or number 5, depending on whether we are able to re-sign Dante Jackson or not. I mean, there's a huge question mark. Can we re-sign Dante? How much money is it going to take? Or are we just going to let him walk? Choice of fitters, I don't know what's going to happen there. So the smart thing is to sign this guy off the undrafted list, probably, or draft him 7th round if you have a 7th round pick. I like Clemson corners a lot. I like Sheridan Jones. I think he's got a lot of potential. I don't know how much potential he's going to show in the NFL, but we'll see. We'll see how he translates. But overall, this is a good crew here. I think with the trades that I made, I'm very happy with them. I traded out of the 1st and 2nd round. I don't even want to deal with the 1st and 2nd round in the PFN because all my guys are past like the 70 mark or at least past the 50 mark that I want. So as of right now, so what you do is you move down as much as possible with those picks until you hit a certain number and then you stop. So there you go. That's what we hit. Second, and a 4th is what we gained for next year. So that's like 9 picks for next year. So there you go. That will do it for the mock draft. These are the projected standings that I'm seeing here. Packers number 3, Vikings number 6 seed. Bucks number 4, Cowboys number 2, Washington number 7, Rams number 1, obviously, Cardinals number 5. On the AFC side, now what are the chances that the Browns actually win the division? There's a window, man. The Bengals opened it up for them with this win over Baltimore today. So we'll see how that goes. But right now, Baltimore has control over that division, and I wouldn't doubt that Baltimore will win it. But you never know. Titans, Colts are in the playoffs as well, 2nd and 5 there. Bills at 3, they won the division. 7, it's the Pats. Number 1 is the Chiefs, and the Chargers at number 6. That's what I see happening. We'll see how things go next week. Next stream will be on... Oh, boy. Well, I've got the New Year's party to go to, so I will immediately post on the Facebook page when the next stream will be. That way you guys will know on what day. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing one in preparation for the Saints game for sure. But I'm just not sure which day offhand because I'm not looking at my calendar at the moment. But that's what we're doing with, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tough loss today, but you know, it's one we got to take to get into the top 5 in draft picks. We got to get there. I know it hurts to take the L, but it's what's required to get the players that we need. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, hit that like and sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below. Go check out the Facebook page, keep pounding in all caps, and be prepared for the stream on or after New Year's Eve. Well, not on New Year's Eve, but probably either before it or after. So, most likely after. I'll let you guys know. Be looking for the post. Anyway, guys, keep pounding. And we will see you. And peace. Keep pounding, baby.
Buddha.